Test. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Good morning, good morning. Woo! How's everybody doing this morning? Are we awake? Let's get to our feet. Come on, guys. Let's stand up and let's. I wrote a little something for y'all here today, and right behind this big 95%, I wrote, "You are worthy and deserving. You are worthy and deserving, and I am deserving. I am worthy to be a millionaire. I am worthy to be a millionaire." That's you. So I'm a big believer of affirmations. I'm a big believer of getting the morning going. I do this every single day. Alejandro's been one of my mentees, one of my clients for the last 6 months, and he goes, "Man, you really live what you do, what you talk about, huh?" I go, "Did I wake you up this morning?" He goes, "Yeah, a little bit. You were kind of loud." But I live this, right? So to become that millionaire, you got to live it. You got to breathe it. You got to embrace it. Every word, right? Everybody say intentional. Intentional. You have to be intentional to get to that next level of life, to get to that next level of business. You have to be intentional. And the reason I love affirmations is because they truly changed my life, because I say them every single day, whether I'm traveling, whether I'm at home or I'm outside cutting the grass, working out. I do it. So let's get it going this morning. All right, say, "I am the best. I am the greatest. I am a millionaire. I am worthy and deserving of being a multi-millionaire. I am a very successful business person. I love myself. I believe in myself. I'm having an amazing day today. I am expecting breakthroughs. I am expecting breakthroughs. I am leaving transformed. I'm leaving new. I'm leaving powerful. I have a new level of confidence. That I'm taking action. I am decisive. I am taking action. I am decisive. No longer will I undervalue myself. No longer will I undervalue myself. I am so committed. I am raising my prices. Because I bring value. I bring value. I bring value. I bring value. Look at the person next to tell them, "I bring value." Look at the other person and tell them, "I bring value." Come on, give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat, have a seat. I want you to understand this. Everybody say anchor. Anchor. Put your hand on your heart. Whenever you leave here and that self-doubt wants to creep in, wants to tell you that it's not possible for you, I want you to put your hand on your heart and let that be your anchor. And I want you to repeat this. Put your right hand on your heart. And I want you to get a little bit deeper now. I want you to say this, right? I am worthy and deserving of being a multimillionaire. I am worthy and deserving of God's best. I am a millionaire. That simple anchor right there. Feel it in your heart. Right? The Bible says, "As a man thinketh in his heart." So many books that you read, they leave out that crucial part that says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." And when you think it in your heart, it happens, right? So yesterday we had such a who left here yesterday and had just so much stuff going through their mind that they were like, "Wow, this is just like amazing," right? And I remember the word I was going to say. The word was excavator, an excavator, right? When God is excavating you, I was like, "What's that word I was thinking about?" But I want to start off today just really reflecting on yesterday, because we had so many golden nuggets yesterday that it just, your mind was going. I was even up like at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, just couldn't sleep. All this good stuff in there. And right now, I just want to get some, right? This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We have a surge of influx of information. And then our mind throughout the day, Charles, it's processing it. It's processing it, Joe. Gio, it's processing it. And then your mind thinks by itself. I wrote this number down. And I want you to remember this. I wrote it down right here. So everybody write a big, again, write a big, everybody say 95%. 95%. 95% of your life, my life, is on autopilot. 95%. Because we're creatures of habit. Everybody say 95%. 95% of Alan's life, of Brian's life, of Melissa's life, Jasmine's, Leo's, it's lived automatically. Think about today when you were taking a shower. Did you have to think, well, am I going to put shampoo on first? Or am I going to put soap on first? No, you have your routine, right? Some of us brush our teeth first. Some of us wash our hair first. Some of us scrub our body first. Everybody has a different routine. Do we not? Yeah. Yes. So now that we're talking about it, as you go home now this week coming up, as you start washing your hair, say, you know what, I'm gonna brush my teeth first maybe, or I'm gonna wash my body, and it's gonna feel funny because we're not used to it. Does that make sense? And to prove that to you, everybody cross your hands. Everybody cross your hands. Uncross them. Cross them. Now look at which hand's on top. Now I want you to uncross your hands and cross them, but put the other hand intentionally the other way. How does that feel? Feels weird, right? It feels uncomfortable. But that just shows that automatically you cross your hands some way, somehow, and you don't even realize it. Because we're creatures of habit. Say 95%. 95%. That's why. Does that make sense? So, as we're going through the day, just really remember that this whole process of today, as we finish this amazing Millionaire My Bootcamp, it's about changing your thinking, changing your relationship with money, changing your beliefs, and the person that you're becoming, the person that you're unveiling to the world. So I'm going to get some testimonies. Jacob was sharing. Jake, you want to come up here? He was sharing just something that happened yesterday after he left, and the thoughts started coming up and cultivating, right? The thoughts were cultivating, and kind of just share with them what you were saying, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. So, guys, Jacob Davis, I know Danny mentioned it yesterday. We actually go back 6th grade or something like that. So we have seen a lot of each other and transformations, even daily, daily transformations, right? So, but this is the first time that I've actually been able to sit down in length with Danny in this new part of his life and where he's at today. Although we had a lot of conversations when he was getting ready to take this on and go down this road, I myself was going through some changes at that time and where I was in life and what I wanted to do and what was going on. I had a 20-year career at the time with the county. And as a county employee, you probably all know that there's nobody making millions over there, right? So, I had started a small business, was, making transitions, going that way. And the fear that I had was betting on myself. Was it right to bet on myself? If so, would I fail? Would I be okay? Would my family have insurance? Would my kids have food on the table? All of those things. So Danny and I had a lot of those conversations. But ultimately, where I've come over the last 3 years now, it's been 3 years since I left the county, and I'm still don't have that in my account, but it's coming, right? It's coming. Because I've bet on myself. I haven't bet on anybody else. But one of the things that I did do when I left as that small security blanket was I took a role with a small real estate brokerage here locally, and a great friend of mine that opened up a small real estate brokerage. We had one staff member at the time, and I came in a role of director of operations, and he didn't have millions in the bank to give me, but he offered me an opportunity to continue to bet on myself. Freedom of time to be able to help him and build my own things. So that's what I've been doing the last 3 years. But this week, I received a promotion, and I didn't embrace that promotion because of the word promotion. Ultimately, the way I looked at it at first was like, it's just a title. There's no money attached to that. But there is. There is, because I walked away from that thinking yesterday in the morning when Danny asked me, Danny said, hey bro, congratulations on that. Congratulations on that promotion over there. I said, it's a title. I've been doing that already, right? But what I walked away from here at the end of the day, because that was when I walked in the door when he told me that. At the end of the day, I realized that the title doesn't bring the millions, right? But the title will help show who you are and what you've accomplished. And as I told Danny, I have over 25 years myself in leadership, and I forgot about many of those other years. My last 13 at the county were as a supervisor in the west side of San Antonio, last 13. But I forgot about the time I had put in before going to the county as a supervisor at the YMCA, other leadership roles that I've had over the years.
So right there, so write down this question right now. What accomplishments have I done that I forgot about? What accomplishments have you done? What awards have you done that you forgot about? That's the first thing that I want you to remember, because that's what spoke to me when Jacob said that.
Because ultimately, all of that is who you are today. Not where you are today, not what you've done today, or the title you hold today. All of that, all of your life experiences bring you to who you are. And I was discrediting that. So being the vice president of Redbird Realty of San Antonio, Texas, that covers Texas, I love it. I embrace that.
Yeah.
That is who I am today.
But this is what we, right? If Jacob was pushing away the title,
right,
he's also pushing away what? The money.
Exactly.
That's
what I walked away from here realizing. And I couldn't sleep last night. And my wife this morning when I was leaving the house said, you were kind of disconnected last night. No, I wasn't. I was just connected to me and not them. That's the difference. I wasn't disconnected. I was connected, but I was just so focused on the way things transpired yesterday, and that just really, really was on my mind heavily. So
give him a round of applause. Jacob, woo! Yeah, congratulations on the promotion. But think about what Jacob said. He pushed away the title, so he pushed away, we'll just say $10,000 worth of increase in salary. So if you're pushing away $10,000, how do we expect to receive the millions? And the opportunities and the growth.
He was thinking like a poor man. Yes. Yeah.
Do y'all see that? Yes? Anybody else had a breakthrough after you left? Want to share with us? Joe, here you go. Tell us what you are.
Well, after having dinner with my son, so excited, I shared a lot of things with him. And he's on board with me. I mean, I told him, son, you know, there's a life beyond working for someone, and I want that for you too. So I kept thinking about it all night long, but this morning I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why. Could not go back to sleep. I think Daniel saw some of my posts already. It's already, I've been doing it already. I just added attraction to people, the people that I'm looking for my book of business is what I put out. You know, the magnet you talked about yesterday, I literally have put it out. And I think I've talked to a couple of people here today, yesterday, and already drawn some magnetic energy from myself to them. So thank you very much, Daniel.
You're welcome, brother. Thank you, man. Melissa, you want to share? Anybody else? I don't want to put you on the spot. Leo?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On my way home yesterday, I got in my car and I got a text. I got a text from an old friend. During COVID, he was going bad. He thought he was done in for, and he calls me. He says, I love you, I love you. I said, yeah, how funny when you're not feeling well. You call everybody you love them because you think you're done. Well, anyway, he got better. Hadn't heard from him in a while. Yesterday he texted me, so I texted him back, funny LOL. Something put on my heart to call him, so I called him. And we started talking, and he says, I hear you're going to be a motivational speaker. I said, no, I am a motivational speaker.
Yeah.
So then he started telling me about his process. I thought he was doing fine. He had broke his back. He didn't break it. He had fractured. So I started talking to him. He says, I've been off for a year. I said, why? He said, because this is all I did. And I told him, because of what we had here yesterday, I said, you are capable of more. And back to what he said, I said, don't confuse who you are and what you did, your identity. That's what you did for a lifetime. But that's not who you are. You have more in you. And he said, man, you're right, you're right. And I told him, I said, it's okay to cry. It's okay to reach out and ask for help. He said, I really needed to hear it from a true friend. But I was able to encourage him and influence him to look beyond what he did. So I'm hoping today he woke up a better man, and it's all due to Daniel and the 8 months that I've known him and how we've grown. And because honestly, before, guys, I'd hide behind a lot of things, you know, but all that hiding is going behind me. And these workshops have really, really helped me see the difference in people, what they could be, not what they are, and so forth like that. So thank you, Daniel, and thank you all for being here.
Awesome, awesome. By the way, I love that shirt, Jasmine and Mr. Matthew, everybody. And I want to recognize, I want to honor Matthew. I met Matthew on a Zoom here just last week. But what Leo said, right? I'm not trying to be a motivational speaker. I am a motivational speaker. And everybody got downloaded the same ideas, philosophies yesterday. Are you receiving it? And the reason I want to honor Matthew is he sent me a video this morning. Do you mind if I share it? Do you mind if I share it? He sends me this video, and it's like, it freaking made me tear up. Like, because this is, right, first of all, if you see, he's in front of his mirror. Come on. He already wrote the Millionaire affirmations on his bathroom. So he went home and he was decisive. Good morning, everybody on live stream. Thank you for joining us. This is, right? So this is what Matthew did, took massive action. So he put on the shirt. He embraced the idea. And on his bathroom mirror, he wrote his affirmations already. So, and that's what it's about, right? That's, there you go. Can you see that now, Pete? And that's what that's where the transformation comes. Is receiving the idea that it's possible for Kirsty, receiving the idea that it's possible for Will, receiving the idea that it's possible for April, for all of us in here. And Tess, okay.
Morning, Daniel. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. I am a millionaire. I am successful. I am healthy. I'm a beast in sales, and I'm a great speaker. Good morning, man. Let's go.
Woo! Come on, let's give him a standing ovation for that. Come on, he deserves that. We want to honor you, Matthew, for taking. Boom, baby. That's just, man. That is why I do what I do. That is why we have these events. That's why we invest thousands to bring you these events and to help people to see the possibilities of what God can do in your life when you open your heart to receive it. Remember yesterday we started off with opening our heart, so let's do that exercise one more time. Close your eyes and put your right hand on your heart. Say, Lord, today I commit to open my heart, to open my mind, to receive everything you have for me. I am committed to the new ideas, new philosophies, new concepts, because there's millions waiting for me. I truly believe that. Now give yourself a round of applause. That's what it's about. So think about what Joe said, and it's funny because I can feel God already moving because I wrote down the word freedom here this morning, and me and Israel talked about freedom when we were praying, and it's like, why do you want to be a millionaire? Why does Christy want to have a successful business? Why? Write this down. Money brings freedom. Money brings freedom. The millions are going to bring freedom to be, do, and have whatever you want. Think about that. To be, do, and have whatever you want. The millions are going to bring you freedom, ladies and gentlemen. You watching on live stream, it's going to bring you freedom. What I said yesterday, it's not about the money itself. It's about what you're going to do with the millions, what you're going to do with the money. And I think about how selfish I was as a husband, as a father. And what I mean by that is we were going to an event in Houston, Texas, and Israel told me something. I didn't want to hear it. My wife told me, I think we need to help my daughter pay for her wedding. And I was like, nah, I don't want to. No, she's already moved out 2 months ago. Like, she's a grown woman. I'm being real, right? She has her own apartment now. She's been out of here. She's gone. Like, right? So we're going up there, and then we're talking, and Israel says, man, hey, Daniel, like, I think you should maybe pay for your daughter's wedding. I said, no, bro, you're dumb, right? No, you're not. No, right? And I thought about that, and I said, what are the odds that Israel's telling me this and that? But we were coming back, and I just heard my heart say, why are you being so selfish? You have all this wealth in the bank, and you're not, what are you going to use it for? So I got home, and kind of like everybody, the ideas that we're talking about is cultivating. So Mari, my wife, talked to me. Israel planted the seed, and the Holy Spirit just started moving in me. And I said, you know what? I'm going to pay for my daughter's wedding. So I walked into the office, and I told Mari, I said, hey, I want to run this idea by you. What do you think? She's like, what? I said, well, I think we should pay for Alicia's wedding. And she just started crying. Because me and my daughter, we bump heads. Because of me, right? I take responsibility. And I said, well, let's call her. Let's FaceTime her. And I said, hey, are you pulled over? She goes, what's wrong? I was like, nothing. Just, I don't want you driving. Just pull over. Because God had shown me it's gonna really impact her. And then she's there, and I was like, hey, me and Mom want to pay for your wedding. And she just started crying. She goes, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm serious. Like, seriously. And like, you just saw this big old smile show up, and while she was crying, the smile just kind of showed through, and I was just like, wow. Like, and from that point on, my heart changed. It just changed totally, because now I realized, right? I realized what the money was for, what the wealth was for. It was the freedom to spend and blessed to pay for my daughter's wedding. The freedom to not have her have the burden of having the debt and that weight. That's right. And money really does bring you freedom. I wanna encourage you to do this. I just came back from Palm Springs, and it's the event that we went to last year, and God challenged me. He goes, Daniel, you really want to be a millionaire? I said, yeah, I want to be a millionaire. He's like, you want more? I was like, yeah. He goes, well, sow another $1 million seed. Come on. And I was like, what do you mean? I've sown, like, I sowed a seed. He goes, yeah, I asked you to do that 2 years ago. I'm asking you again. So my mind, I always think 100-fold, right? I don't think 30, 60, I think 100-fold. So I had the number, and I looked at my wife. I'm like, so I'm here. I look, and I was like, hon, tell me what number comes in your heart, in your mind. And I was like, please don't say 10,000. I'm just being honest. I'm being real, right? And Mari looks at me, and she says, 10,000, I think. And I knew it. I knew it. So at that very instant, I had a choice. Was I going to be decisive and sow that seed, or was I going to let fear and being scared keep me from planting that seed in the ground? And we did it. I was nervous, right? And not that we hadn't, right? When we sold our house, we had planted $25,000 a seed with that. But it was a different type of seed, and it was just a different, it spoke to me differently. That's right. That's right. But since I sowed that seed last year, in October, our business has just blown up. We've already made more. We doubled what we made last year, like 2 months ago. But I share that with you because that's the freedom that the money's going to give you, that wealth's going to give you. The freedom to give, help your children, help a ministry or whatever God puts in your heart. It brings you freedom. So I really want you to be anchored in what we're talking about right now, that money truly gives you freedom. Just imagine, I want you to imagine a life, truly imagine a life without financial stress, without anxiety. It's possible for you. The thing is this, is that you have to believe it for yourself. Say that, I believe it for myself. And I love what Joe said, right? I love what Joe said. Joe said, son, it gives you the freedom. The freedom to be who you want to be. And I think about Pete, like me and Pete go way back when I used to be the GSM at Vada Chevrolet. He would make all our keys for our used cars, and I just liked him. We became good friends, and his son's 18 years old, and he's like, hey, can I bring my son? I'm like, yeah, bring your son. But Pete's teaching his son, like, I know, like, without even knowing, I know when Pete leaves here, his business is going to blow up because he's practicing the principles to sow that into his son. That's right. Does that make sense? It's about freedom. Write this down. I can be, do, and have anything I want. You can be, do, and have anything you want. And then write this down. I have the power to create my own freedom. I have the power to create my own freedom. And then you're going to be like, that was easy. That was easy. I created my own freedom. So, how do you do that? There was some of you that walked in this morning, massive breakthrough on what Jacob said. Not diminishing or minimizing the fact that you got a promotion. Some of the other y'all walked in and said, man, Daniel, like we start off with the negative. You got to get that dialogue out of your mind. You got to stop talking about and making excuses for yourself. I want you to, right, when you're poor-minded, you're always apologizing. I'm sorry, April, I was late. I'm sorry, Lori, I was late. You ever hear somebody, all they say is, I'm sorry? I'm sorry. That's being poor-minded. But when you're millionaire, right, instead of saying, you know what, let me give you an example. Instead of saying, April, I'm sorry I was late, you say, thank you for your patience. You see the difference in the mindset when you're millionaire-minded? It's that easy. You follow me? Thank you for your patience, Melissa. I appreciate it very much. And go into it. So when you shift that, and you realize that that's what's capable for you to really shift it. But you want to know what's blocking us? You want to know what the true problem is? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. This is your problem right here. This is your problem. This is your problem. You're stuck in your own head. You're stuck in your own point of view. I can say, Jasmine, that's a beautiful green jacket you got on. What's Jasmine going to tell me, Leo? No, is it green? No, it's not green. It's green. Man, Joe, that's a beautiful green tie you got on, Joe. But is it green? No. But from my perspective, is it green? Yes. And the thing is that when you're born in this environment of scarcity and lack of being poor-minded, this is the way we see things through our lens of poverty, our lens of lack, our lens of not enough. Whatever word you describe to you, for me it was a lens of layaway. Seriously, like that breaks my heart. And the thing is this, is that you've been wearing these glasses your whole life. From your point of view, you're seeing the world, and you're seeing it through lack, through layaway, through poverty. And someone tries to help you, but you're like, no, it's green. Until one day you come to the makings of a Millionaire Mind Bootcamp, and you're like, what happens, right? What happens if you really, and you're like, wow, you see what's real.
So true. So true.
But what is real? The reality that you're living, the reality that I'm living right now is what we believe for ourselves because we open up our perspective. So write this down. Millionaires open up their perspective to what's possible. Millionaires see things from a vast variety of point of views. And use that word vast, right? Millionaires see it through a vast variety of point of views. A vast variety of point of views. Not just their point of view, but a vast variety of point of views. Because until you open that perspective to what's possible for you, it's like nothing's going to change. Because if I see Jasmine, it's going to be like, no, Jasmine, and she can argue with me, right? But have you known somebody that's hard-headed? Yes? Right? Is that hard-headed where like, no, Jasmine, it's green. She's like, Daniel, like, are you blind? I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Think about it. But some of us walk around like that in business, in real estate, in our jobs, and we're not open-minded. Say it, I'm open-minded. I am committed to new perspectives. I am committed to removing my perspective. And when you start seeing things, you're like, wow, I can write a book. I can start a podcast at 70 plus years old. I can have 5 businesses that make me millions, like you're going to hear from Alan here before we go to lunch. It's possible for you. But you have to change the point of view and get rid of the I can'ts and replace them with the I cans. And replace them with a how do I. Does that make sense? So I want you to write this down. This is the question I want you to ask you. Repeat after me. How has my, say it with me, how has my perspective hindered me? How has my perspective hindered me? Ask yourself that question on the live stream. How has your perspective hindered you? How has just seeing things from your point of view hindered you? Who would have thought that we're able to not just have an audience here with y'all, but we have people watching all over the country because of live stream? Who would have thought that they could do that? Someone who was open-minded. Think about the perspective. Think about this. And I remember when I was a little kid. We used to have it was Rogers Cable System here in San Antonio, and they had this little box. And my mom would be pissed. She'd get mad. It would have like a little dial, and you go zzz. So you go from channel 2 to channel 60, like zzz. Oh man, my mom would get mad because the TV would be like zzz, like you see all the channels. And but it had this long cord stuck to the wall, to the TV. And you can only move the box as far as the cord goes. But somebody got tired of that somewhere along the way and said, let me shift the perspective, let me change the point of view. Why don't we make a box that has a remote to it? So where in your life, where in your business are you limiting yourself because you're not open-minded to the new point of views and believing it for yourself? You have to open up the perspective that you are successful already, right? Stop. I want you to change the perspective. This is the wrong perspective to have. This is the wrong perspective to have is right? I want you to get away from the I wills. I will become a millionaire. No, not I will be a successful businessman. No. Everybody say I am. I am.
I am.
There's powers in the I am because you're already that. You're already that. You just haven't taken off the lenses to see it for yourself to that magnitude, Charles. You haven't taken off the lens to see it to yourself, Melissa. You already are, Jasmine. But when you open up and you remove the lens, you're like, wow. You have breakthroughs like what Jacob said, like, man, I'm pushing away my own blessing. And then when we're squeezed, like, man, I'm the one cursing myself. It's me. Is this making sense? Right? So I will is no longer tolerated. I am. I am a millionaire. I am a successful businessman or woman. I am wealthy. I am, right? I am freedom. I have freedom. And freedom's going to allow you to help people, to be what you need to be. The freedom to just take a trip whenever you want to take a trip. God did not create us to be poor. God did not create us to be average. God did not create us that. You know, some of us, we've been instilled so long by religion that to be humble, this is the shift I want you to make. Being humble is not being poor. But a lot of us believe that. That being humble is being poor. It's not. Being poor, right? I'm going to give you, because a lot of us believe, when you study out the Greek word, the true Hebrew word of poor in some of these Old Testament scriptures, poor, it actually means non-productive. Let me say it again. Poor actually means non-productive. The poor will always be with us. The non-productive. We see them every day. You go to work, for those that have jobs, have careers, the non-productive are the lazy people that you're picking up their slack. The poor are the lazy people in our teams that don't want to do the work. You see the difference? But we've been conditioned through the translation to think that poor is just it's right. Think about that. I want that to sink in your heart that inside you already have wealth. You already have the millions inside of you. You just have to do what Matthew did and start doing it. And then when you change the perspective of the lens of what you're seeing things through, it starts to happen. But this is what I want you to understand. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be a process. It's a process. It's millionaires understand that there's going to be a process involved. That there has to take consistency. So let's go to our workbooks because I want you to take some notes on this and go deeper. Is this helping people? Yes or yes? Because I want you to leave here transformed. I want you to leave here changed. I want you to leave here a new person, right? So let's go to lesson number 6. Lesson number 6 on the live stream. Millionaires take responsibility. Millionaires take responsibility for their actions. Poor-minded people blame others. So I have a question for you on lesson number 6. Where are you blaming other people? Where are you not taking responsibility for yourself? Where are you not taking responsibility for your perspective? The fact that, man, I've been wearing these dark green glasses, Daniel. You're saying, I never realized it, but I'm wearing these glasses, and I don't understand why. But it's because you grew up in that environment. Doesn't mean you have to stay there.
That's right.
You don't have to stay in that poverty mindset. You don't have to stay that. When you realize, right, when you take responsibility, you create your own opportunities. Write that down. I have the power to create my own opportunities. I have the power to create my own opportunities. So question number 1 is, what is one area of your life that you need to take responsibility? What is one area of your life that you need to take responsibility? Remember yesterday we talked about there's 5 spheres of wealth. 5 spheres of wealth. You have the financial aspect, you have the spiritual aspect, you have the relational aspect, you have the health aspect, and then you have the business sphere of it. Those 5 spheres. Where are you not taking responsibility? And for me, it was in the relationship part. That's why I struggled to pay, right? Not that I struggled, but the fact that I had been hurt so many times, right? When I lost my mom, passed away when I was 10 years old, and just, we never had a house. We moved every year and a half, and I never had a home. I think that's why when I met Jacob, it was like, man, like, he has a nice house, and I thought Jacob was rich, and his mom, the neighborhood they lived in, I'm like, wow, right on the south side, I mean, we didn't even have doors on our rooms. And I never understood it, right? I never understood it, and I remember when they told me when my mom passed away, I was 10 years old, and like I was mad because they lied to me. Like, why'd you have to take me to another house? Why can't you just tell me where we were at home? They took me to my aunt's house, and they're like, sat me down, and I remember this. And I was so angry as I got older. I was like, why the hell am I part of my anger? Because I couldn't trust people. I go, man, my own family can't tell me my mom died. Do you realize that sometimes those childhood, write this down. You need to understand this. The money decisions that you make, you get them from your childhood. My money beliefs, they come from my childhood. All the decisions you make on money come from your childhood. Your relationship with money, it comes from your childhood. So every decision that we make in life and business right now, we make it as a child. We really do. Most of us, right? Unless you have, when you work on your awareness, you start making that decision. Now that's who you are, but instant, that's what we make it at. And as they told me that, I was like, man, wow, okay, so we moved and all this was happening, and then met Jacob, went to go live with my dad for a while in San Marcos. Then we moved over there too a lot. I was like, life just had its toll. You understand where I'm coming from? And the thing is all these, right, all these things, I swept them under the rug. Didn't deal with them. Just got high, drinking at a young age, and not that I was drank all the time, but I mean, right? I was a minor. And then I met this girl, and I loved her, and we made promises, and then it's like those promises were broken. So then when I was 18 years old, I didn't realize this. And there's some of us in this room right now, we're so filled up with the emotions, the stress, the anger, the hatred of life, that we don't even see it because it's under the rug. So when I was a senior, I tried to shoot myself, right? I got a big scar from the top of my stomach to the bottom. I tried to commit suicide. And as I was there, and I always wonder why I lived. Why did Daniel live? Why is Daniel alive? That answer never came. And then I would look in the mirror, and I'd see my scar, and I'd be like, well, fuck. Dumbass. How stupid can you be to try to kill yourself? That's what I would tell myself. Until God said, stop seeing your scar as something negative and start seeing your scar as my grace that you're alive. And the moment I shift that story, the moment my perspective changed, that I took off the glasses and I stopped seeing that scar as something negative, I started liking myself more. And some of us in here, we're not attracting the wealth the financial success in our business, the revenue, because we don't like ourselves. Because instead of seeing the good in yourself, you're seeing your faults. And I want to encourage you to stop seeing your faults. Say this with me. I am perfect. I am perfect the way I am. I am necessary. Look at the person next to you and tell them you're important. Look at the other person and say you're important. You're important. Does that make sense? And the moment I realized, then that's where the power came. See, when you take that story, think about this. When you take that story of negativity, and when you're poor-minded and you're playing the victim, and you're seeing everything that, man, everything's bringing me down, and Daniel, you're dumbass because, no, I changed the narrative. I said, you know what? I'm not going to be poor-minded anymore. I'm going to have the millionaire mind and say, you know what? I'm going to use that to encourage the world, to tell the world, you know what? I was there on my deathbed. I was NPO for 90 days. I should have died 3 times when I was in the hospital, but I'm alive for a reason. I'm alive to share my voice. And maybe for you, it's to build that real estate empire or to share your story with the world. There's nothing that you can't do, Matthew. There's nothing that you can't do, Art. See, the world wants us to retire at 65 and then set off to the sunset. But what happens many times when we retire, what I love about Ann is that when Ann, right, she started living at 72, man. Like, that's phenomenal. Think about that. She started living life after 70. Can you truly imagine that? Your life has meaning. Your life has purpose. And it doesn't matter, right, it doesn't matter how tall, how short, how fat, how skinny. God can have you and use your destiny to do what you need to do. But you got to change the perspective. You got to change the narrative and know that everything is happening for you, not to you. And when you realize that when you truly start loving yourself deep down inside, that's where the breakthrough comes. And then people start loving you and pouring into you and want to do business with you. And you remove that shield. They're like, wow, I never saw it. Am I making sense? Because how can we expect investors to invest in us? How can we expect our employees to like us? How can we expect our partners to like us if we don't even like ourselves? Because you're holding on to that old perspective, that old story, and it's time to change that and use that. Say it, I'm championing my story. Write that down, I'm championing my story. I'm championing my story. And when you start to champion your story, you start to say, like, you know what? I'm no longer I'm going to be poor-minded. I'm going to have the millionaire mind, and I'm going to use my story to empower my business, to empower my employees, to empower my clients, to influence the people around me. Never did I imagine, if you know, Jacob showed up here, that I've known him since we were literally little kids, but never did I imagine. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I want you to see how powerful it is. Once you decide, once you make the decision, they go, Daniel, well, how long have you been in business? I said, well, my wife was diagnosed in 2017 with breast cancer, and so the idea came in 2017. The guy told me to go be a speaker. I go, but I didn't really go. Some of us are doing this right now, right? You already have the idea in your heart. You already have the idea in your mind. You already have the idea, but you're running from it. So I went and I got the idea, and God said, you're going to be a speaker, and you're going to start your business, and you're going to motivate people around the world. I'm like, okay, yeah. I believed it. But then the doubt set in, right? The doubt set in because my perspective was I was still seeing things as the old Daniel. And then I went and took a job because, right? This is why I don't buy people's excuses. Is my wife had a double mastectomy, two major surgeries that November and December, and I made that decision to start my business at that moment. Parallel. Hadn't been working. We had a little bit of money saved out, but I never touched it. And then when January came around, people will tell you, right, every Wednesday they're at the auction, so all the used car managers, all the managers show up at the auction. So I'm like, well, I'll go to the auction and hang out during Christmas because in the car business, everybody gets fired in January, and there'll be jobs that come up. It's the truth, right, if your numbers ain't where they need to be. So I was like, well, I'll go hang out and just kind of put my feelers in. My friend, a true friend told me this. He goes, Daniel, what the hell are you doing here? Go home to your wife. I said, what are you talking about, Randy? He goes, yeah, go home, man. Like, you don't need to be here. Get out of here. He goes, I'm running you off. I'm like, okay, he should be my old boss, right? He used to run, he was a big used, it was like a VP of an automotive dealership. I said, all right. Went home, but then I was still hard-headed. Started looking for a job, got hired. They gave me a sign-on bonus. I went to work. January, it was January 7th. Big freeze in San Antonio. I was there. Granted, my wife, not even healed from her surgeries, double mastectomy, had 2 major surgeries, 3 major surgeries by that time. And God bless my wife, right? She's like, she's not loving herself at the moment. She goes, hon, how was your day at work? I said, it sucked. She's like, what's wrong? I said, it didn't feel right. And she was like, well, maybe it's because it was cold and rainy like today, right? Same weather like we had here, but it froze in San Antonio. I said, no, hon, I don't think it's the weather. But in her, she goes, well, it's going to be okay. But my heart had already, the idea of me being a speaker, starting my business, the seed was already growing in me. And that seed's growing, and a lot of you here right now, and you're struggling financially, you're struggling because that seed that's already taken root in you, you're fighting the very gift, the very pathway to wealth that God wants to give you, but you're fighting that. So I go back the next day, still cold, still freezing, and I'm like, I sat there and I said, what the hell am I doing here? I said, hey, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it, Jimmy. He goes, where are you going? I said, this isn't for me anymore, man. He goes, what are you going to do? I'm going to go do my business. He laughed. Good luck, man. I said, thank you. Imagine a Hispanic little kid try to commit suicide, no college education, no formal business degree, but I know business. I have wisdom. I have God, first of all. January 23rd of next year will be 5 years that we've been in business. He goes, how did you do this, man? He goes, first of all, God's grace, God's ability. Write this down. My wealth is going to be multiplied by God's ability, God's grace, not my ability. We only have so much ability to carry us so far. We only have so much ability to take us so far, but the moment you tap into that supernatural power, right, God's ability, that grace, that's where the breakthrough is. You've been frustrated in business. You've been frustrated at a certain level of revenue. You've been frustrated because your bank account, because you're being too much Matthew reliant. You're being so much Melissa reliant. You're being so much Charles reliant instead of being God reliant. When are you going to start being more God reliant, Leo, and start being less Leo reliant and move forward and be more reliant on God, Alejandro, John, Jacob? I'm talking to myself. The moment you let go and try to be in control of every single thing, right? Think about it. I mean, right? We're trying to manipulate every single thing, and it's costing us money because we're trying to manipulate every single move, and it doesn't work that way. Am I making sense? Yes,
sir. Come on.
And the moment when I got an idea, just right, the idea comes, just take action. Be decisive. Plant the seed like I said earlier. Don't let the fear set in to keep you from planting that seed. And when you do that, that's when that's when the opportunities start coming towards you. Remember this yesterday. What did we talk about yesterday? There's a point. There comes a point when you say it. I'm a magnet. I'm magnetizing myself for success. I'm magnetizing myself for wealth. think about a magnet. Does a magnet have to chase down the screws to bring it to it? No, right? It draws it. So many of us, we're here chasing this, chasing that, chasing this. No, there comes a point where you know you're a magnet. You're going to start attracting those business deals. You're going to start attracting those clients for you. You're going to start attracting that revenue for you. You're going to start attracting the employees for you, Alan. But we have to become that magnet and receive it. And as we attract it, it becomes easier. Like I mentioned yesterday, one of the biggest lies that we fall into is rise and grind, right? It doesn't even sound good. Really, raise your hand if you really want to wake up every day and rise and grind. But we say it because it sounds cool and everybody else says it. Rise and grind, I'm going to grind it, I'm going to hustle, You don't have to. Do you want your wealth to be from the world's wealth? From the world's economy, or do you want it to be from God's economy? Write this down. I am of God's economy. I am of God's economy. When you realize you're of God's economy and you receive that for yourself, people like Lori come up to you in Denver and you just get along and it's ordained. All of a sudden, in the car business, I would say this, right? You would walk outside and you would stumble upon a customer, right? You would trip over a customer because, hey, I can help you. Yeah, I'm looking for a car. Great. I got a check. Let's go. And people would be like, how do you do it, Dan? I'm like, because I'm of God's economy. But a world's economy, you're trying to hustle, you're trying to grind, you're angry, right? The word of wisdom, word of God says that, right? That the wealth will not cost you to break. There's no hardship with that. Yes, you're going to be stretched as you go, but I can tell you that now in our business that the opportunities come to me. And I will say, as you're getting started, it is going to take effort. You're going to have to use wisdom. You're going to have to, right, be consistent. If you look at the next page, I think it's the next page, on lesson number 7, right? Millionaires practice consistency. You have to be consistent. Say this with me. I have to be consistent and persistent. I have to be consistent and persistent. You have to do both. See, this is the thing is, you know what hurts most small businesses and entrepreneurs? Since they're poor-minded, they always stop. And then they start. Poor-minded people start, and then they stop. You know somebody like that, Jacob? They start off and they'll list a house, and I did it, and then you don't hear from that realtor for another 6 months from the team. Well, man, it's not working. Well, shit, you haven't been showing up to the meetings every week. But the person that's consistently showing up, being persistent, right? Knowing what's going on, being persistent, consistent. And then next thing you know, it's like this person's selling 10 houses. Why? Because they're being consistent, right? So think about this. Write this question down for yourself. How many start-stops do I have in a month? Better yet, how many start-stops do I have? How many start-stops do I have in a month? And how many start-stops do I have in a day? And how many start-stops do I have in my year? What do I mean by start-stops, right? You start something, you stop something. You start something, start-stops. Can you see that, start-stops? So what do I mean by that? Every time you start something, what happens when you stop it, Alan? What do we lose? Who said momentum? We lose momentum. And momentum is everything. Money. We lose money because when we lose momentum, you lose the money. So just imagine So I want to paint a scenario for you, right? To be a successful business person, even in life, right? You start and you're consistent and you're persistent through it, and you don't stop. But the moment, right? I want to go over there where Jacob's at. So I'm like, right? I'm consistent. I'm persistent. I started, and regardless of what comes my way, I'm going. And then I start getting right little wins here, little wins there, and then the little wins become the big wins. And then being persistent and consistent, I get to Jacob. But if I start here and then I stop, most of us stop there. And then imagine, so then you go all the way back to the beginning, and you're starting again, being consistent. And then you stop because what's a good example of that? Okay, this is a true story. I had a business I was helping. The guy, right, he broke up with his girlfriend. Every time he broke up with his girlfriend, he sabotaged himself. And it happened like at least once a month. And then he wondered why his revenue was not where it needed to be. Does that make sense? Or you start again and you start doing good, and then, like we talked about yesterday, right, you hit your financial thermostat, and doing your phone calls, doing your prospecting, investing in your business, and all of a sudden you reach that financial thermostat that you're set at. If it's $5,000 a month, and now you stop doing everything, so then it takes you another 2 or 3 months to start all over again. So how many start-stops are you having in your business, in your career, in your life? Think about that. The result ain't showing up because you keep stopping. We all go through hardships. I mean, this is why I tell people, right? Like, I don't buy it. I started my business when my wife had a double mastectomy, breast cancer. Then she went back the following week, and we're like, praise God, it's gone. And then the doctor said, well, I said, what's wrong, man? Like, I just read them. I said, what's going on? She goes, well, like, the breast cancer's gone? She goes, yeah. But, I'm like, oh, shit. But what? Well, now she has skin cancer. Somehow the molecules or something got now on top of her skin. And I'm like, man, that hit us, like, hard. And I could have stopped. We could have stopped. But I want you to take, right, millionaires have this attitude. I want you to write this down. Millionaires have the attitude of, why not me? They don't ask, why me? They say, why not me? My wife never took that victim mentality. She never was poor-minded. She always took that millionaire mind and said, why not me? Why not me? Why not me? It's making you stronger. It's making you better. It's making you a better real estate investor. It's making you a better speaker. It's making you a better father, a better human being. Like we talked about yesterday, once you get bigger than those problems, then it gets easier. Say it, why not me? Why not me? I'm stronger than I think. I'm more capable than I realize. I am a millionaire. I am worthy and deserving of millions. Say it, I was born to make millions. I was born for more. That's you. But millionaires don't start and stop, start and stop, start and stop. I think of Alan. I've known Alan for many years now, and never once have I him seen him take a sabbatical because something in his life is hard. He pushes through. He's persistent. He's consistent. And at that, the philosophy that I learned one time we were there, and business was like man, right? Everybody had that uncertainty during COVID. And you know what Alan said? You know what? I'm going to sow a seed. That inspired me. I go, what happened? He goes, well, there was no business, so what do I need to do? Millionaires sow seeds. Write this down. In time of famine. Millionaires sow seeds in time of famine. Millionaires sow seed in time of famine. The very miracle you need is the very level of growth is not going to happen when things are going right. When things are going great, business is great. There's nothing to be fixed because you're just reaping the reward. But when in times of famine, you're scared to do right what you need to do in that moment. And millionaires understand that when things ain't going the way when it's slow, okay, where there's wisdom, what do I need to do? Just imagine this. Imagine if we're farmers in here, and in times of famine, the farmer only plants so many crops. If he only plants 6 seeds, is he going to be successful or he's going to be lacking, you think, Pete? But in times of famine, if you're sowing all these seeds and still being consistent, still being persistent, still winning, right? Still doing it. The farmer says, I'm going to sow seed regardless. Who do you think is going to come out winning? So write this down. Am I sowing the seeds I need to sow in my business? Am I sowing the seeds I need to sow in my business? You've had that idea of starting the podcast. You've had that idea of writing the book. You've had the idea that, you know what, I want to be a speaker, and yet you're not doing it. You had the idea, and you tried to do it on your own, and you've been stuck. And you're trying, and pride and ego is keeping you aside, and you haven't asked for help. That's what I love. Alejandro is 20-something years old. This guy has invested in himself, and he's reaping the rewards, and he's changing lives. If I was to tell everybody here, I want to do this for y'all. I want to plant this seed in your hearts. I'm going to give you your first million. I'm going to give you your first million. Now you're a millionaire. Pass one down. I'm going to give you your first millions. That's $1 million bill. I want you to carry this with you. Pass it down. That's your next million, Alan. That's your next million. That's your next million. For some of us, it's our first million. Now you can really say, I'm a millionaire, baby. You can cash it. Go buy that truck, Pete. Come on, there you go. Pass it down. You can buy that truck. That's your first million. That's your million, April. Come on. That's your book money right there. By faith. By faith. By faith. Say it, by faith. By faith, that farmer plants those seeds. By faith, Alan sowed that seed during COVID. And what happened to your business, Alan? Did you hear what he said? This guy's been through it. I mean, he's very successful. We're going to hear from him before we go to lunch. But I'm proving the point that when the world's economy is backing down and shrink, and yes, you want to use wisdom because I've ran businesses before, right? But that's when you got to press in and say, you know what, God, what do you want me to sow and what do you want me to do? Think about Joe. Joe was honest yesterday. He opened his heart. He goes, man, I felt the warmth of God. He needed healing. That was his breakthrough yesterday. But imagine if he would have said, man, I don't want to sow and I don't want to pay for the ticket. I've said that to myself before. I don't want to pay for the flight. I'm being honest. God says, really? You're going to think like a poor man, Daniel, or you're going to think like the millionaire mind? See, it's not the big decisions that we make. It's not that. The truth is this. Is most of us, including me, I was guilty of this. We don't have the millionaire mind, and we go to lunch, and we don't even eat what we want. Why are you laughing, Joe? We don't even eat what we want. You know what we do, right? If you know the menu, the cheaper stuff on the menu is up here on the top. As you go on the right-hand side, and then over here, right, you get to the most expensive. How many times, think about this, let's be honest with you, how many times have you not eaten what you wanted because the burger was $8.99 or $9.99 and that chicken fried steak you wanted or that plate was $10.99 or $11.99? Raise your hand. Come on, just be honest. But, right? But that's, I'm going to challenge you. Say that, I'm eating what I want. I'm eating what I want. I'm going to challenge you to stretch from that poor mindset over here, that poor-minded mentality, to that millionaire mind, financial inner economy, and eat what you want.
That's right.
That was me. I'd be like, well, and then the tea goes up to $3 or $4 for a glass of tea, and well, if I want tea, I'm going to buy the tea. But these are little mindset hacks that we got to get rid of. Does that make sense? Write this down. I'm killing my Motel 6 mentality. I'm killing my Motel 6 mentality. That struck a nerve, as I say, right? I know everybody has their little, right? Charles, oh, I found your area, Charles. Right? I found your area, Charles. That was easy. That was easy, right? So where because of the money, you have to kill that, right? When you're poor-minded, you kill that Motel 6 mentality. And you develop that millionaire mind, and you realize that my business is not at Motel 6. My business is over here, like we talked about yesterday, in these nicer restaurants and these nicer experiences. And by stretching yourself, right? When you stretch your experiences, you stretch the revenue you attract to yourself. And this is a mind hack I'm going to give you before we break for our first break. No longer are you spending money. No longer are you spending money, April. No longer are you spending money, Lori, Leo, Alan, Charles, Pete, Gio, right? No longer are we spending money. I'm circulating money. Say that, I'm circulating money. So this is the affirmation I want to give you. Write this down. All of the millions that I circulate, return to me multiplied with everlasting increase in joy. All of the money that I circulate returns to me multiplied in everlasting increase in joy. I want you to embed that in your heart. All of the money that I circulate returns to me multiplied in everlasting increase in joy. On the live stream, write that down. All of the money, all of the millions that I circulate return to me multiplied in everlasting increase in joy. Some of us ain't going to the next level because we have a crappy attitude about spending our money. We'll go into that after break. But think about that, right? Everybody say it. All of the money that I circulate returns to me multiplied and ever increasing and everlasting increase in joy. I am receiving more. Think about if your attitude changes, right? From not wanting to let go of this money, right? With things, right? You know, here you go. No. All of the money that I circulate returns to me multiplied in never-ending cycles of increase and enjoyment. It's a different attitude, isn't it? That's the mindset that I want you to have. Has it been helpful this morning? Yes or no? Yes. Yes or yes? You know, as we take our break, I really want you to see how we can serve you and help you. It's not about selling a product or a service. It's about helping you get to your next level or what the next thing is for you. Maybe for you it's coaching. Maybe for you it's writing the book, right? April's going to sign up for a book. She's going to become a published author. She's had that dream. So, right? Matthew took action yesterday, and he's going to do our mastermind that starts in January. But I say this because we all need help. We all need that help. And your voice, everybody say my voice matters. My voice matters. Whether you decide to put your voice in a book, to put your voice in a podcast like Ann did, or to put your voice in coming to Sticker Shock Speaking Academy and becoming a paid speaker and growing your business through speaking. My business wouldn't be where it's at if it wasn't for speaking. I had a question they asked me yesterday. They're like, Daniel, like, what if I don't want this offer? Well, we can, right? What we did for April is, well, just, you don't have to buy the whole thing. If you want something a la carte, just get the a la carte. So who here, by a show of hands, would come back to the next Millionaire Bootcamp when we have it? Raise your hands. So Kirk has a special. right? So the alumni package, see them on our break, and the next one's going to be May 5th and 6th. And it's going to be totally I mean, it's right. This was our inaugural one, so we're kind of learning how the system goes. So when you get your ticket today, Kurt's going to take care of you and give you a special value on that. But know whatever speaks to you, Kurt has special packages we can customize the package for you, because somebody said, well, I like this offer, but I don't want this part. Well, he's a man and he's going to help you with it. I know he's a big, look, you know what I call him? Mr. Incredible. Let's hear it for Mr. Kurt. Woo! So let's have a good 15-minute break. Go use the bathroom, get some water, and we're going to come back, and we'll start our next session here in the morning. Thank you for sharing your story, Jake. Oh, let me. Proud of you, bro.
What's up, brother?
2. Test, test, test. All right, everybody, how we doing?
Great. Amazing.
All right, all right. By a show of volunteers, who wants to share what they got, what they learned from the morning session? Any takers? Everybody's being shy? All right, no worries, no worries. Like Daniel. You do? Okay. Yeah. Here you go. No, we'll get you your mic.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everybody. For me, and the business I'm doing right now is actually representing other people and earning funds that then take care of women that are underserved and fighting breast cancer, right? So what I learned from Daniel this morning is circulating other people's money in many more ways, not just personally, professionally, because I know God's going to bless me abundantly, but taking those funds that we're securing to help others, and those monies, as we're investing them, they're going to circulate back and bring back quadruple fold because of the blessing. So thank you, Daniel.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Ruth. Let's give Ruth a round of applause. So what I want to talk to you right now is what's another word for money? Currency. Who said currency? Current. Who agrees with John there? Everybody write down currency, right? Currency. Money, when you see money as just money, I want you to see, right? I left you with the idea of circulating money, because when you circulate the money, it's coming back to you multiplied, right? But when you have money just as money, I want you to think of a pond. How is the water in a pond, Leo? Stagnant. How's the water in a pond, Jasmine? Dirty. How's the water in a pond, Matthew? Smelly. Right? Think stagnant, dirty, smelly. Mr. Archer, how's the water in a pond to you? That's a powerful one, right? It's just sitting there. Write that down. It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. But when you start seeing money, like John said, as currency, then what Latin word is in current? What word do you think is in current? Currency. Current. I said it. Right? So when you see currency, I want you to think of a river. And the same root, that Latin word with currency and current, they share the same word. So when you think of the word currency, you think of a current, you think of a river flowing. There's a constant flow. And when you start talking about money now, you're not talking about, that's why I gave you that affirmation before we went to break. It's not about money as money. It's about, right, circulating the money. That's right. And I'm not saying circulate all your money, because you definitely, write this down, always pay yourself first. Always pay yourself first. That's the biggest mistake that we don't make, is we don't pay ourselves first. I always pay myself 10% first of everything that we earn, because you need to get in the habit of paying yourself regardless of where you are right now in your financial situation. If you never pay yourself first, you're never going to be able to afford to pay yourself. Most people say, well, I can't. Well, maybe you can't give yourself a $100,000 pay raise, but you can, of every dollar you make, you can make a dime. Does that make sense? You can't pay yourself 10%. Because if you don't pay yourself, you never create the habit of paying yourself. You never get in that habit of, you're never going to have a savings. But the mistake that we make is this, many people, this is a mistake they make. But when we save, what's one of the main reasons we save for? Emergency. Emergency? Retirement. Who else? Who else? Why would you save money? What have we heard? Rainy day. Vacation. So right? Go ahead. Some people legacy. So the two that I want to touch on is what Israel said, right? Emergency, right? We heard that, right? You need an emergency fund. Who's heard that before? Raise your hand. Who's heard, I need a rainy day fund? Raise your hand. If you're saving for an emergency, now knowing the principles that we've studied, what are you going to attract? If you're saving for a rainy day, what are you going to attract?
Rainy day.
Right? What's a gloomy, like when something breaks, it's a rainy day, right? A rainy day is a bad day, is kind of what the metaphor, right? The metaphor for rainy day, it's a bad day, something breaks, it's a rainy day, or gloomy. So knowing that if I'm a magnet and I'm saving for a rainy day, what's going to show up eventually in your life? Rainy day. If you're saving for an emergency, what's going to show up in your life? So erase that. Erase that poor-minded mindset. And there's many people that teach on that. This is the shift. Why don't you call that, this is my freedom fund? It's your freedom fund. Say it, I'm creating a freedom fund. Isn't that the name of your group, right? I'm creating a freedom fund. So what if now you get rid of that old belief system about money and you're saving for a rainy day and you're creating that rainy day fund. You're saving for that emergency instead of that emergency always showing up. And then think about this. This is what happens. Many people believe that where we have an emergency fund, our water heater breaks, and then this is what we say. Oh, what else is going to go wrong? And then, no pun intended, Ruth, we have a flat tire, and then, man, now I got to buy a tire. And then we come over here, and you just happen to turn the wrong way, and, oh, man, my skirt tears, now I got to buy a new skirt, or something happens. But because we attract it to ourselves. And that's a belief system too. You got to get rid of that. Yes, you bring it on yourself. So I'm going to give you a little story. We'll just say, right? Daniel wakes up. He looks at the clock. He's like, oh, crap, I'm running late, right? Daniel gets out of bed, turns the thing, and bam! Ah, I stubbed my toe, right? First thing. Oh, now I'm like, I'm pissed, right? I went from waking up, now my energy went south pretty bad, right? I became a negative magnet. Now I'm there, I'm trying to do my affirmations, but my toe's really hurting me. And then I start to shave myself, and then I cut myself. And I'm like, oh, man, now I got a burns because I put the screen cream on me. And then this is what the old Daniel would say. Well, what else is going to go wrong now?
That's true.
So you ask your mind a question like that, what is it going to give you the answer of, Christy?
More wrong.
More wrongs. And then you're going down the stairs, and then you're there, and you're like, man, I got my coffee. You got my coffee right here, and then you're there, and then you take a sip of your coffee, and it goes all over my shirt. I'm like, well, I'm running late, so I can't. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to, when I get to the office, I'll put some water on it, I'll wash it in the bathroom, and then next thing you know, we're there, and I'm already frustrated. Right? First, I stubbed my toe. Then I cut myself shaving. Now I got coffee all over myself, so I'm in a bad frequency. And then I'm upset, and it just happens that I'm not paying attention, and I get pulled over, and I got a speeding ticket. Haven't we heard that story from some people?
Sure. Absolutely.
But it started because we stubbed our toe or something bad happened, and then we stay in that cycle of thought. I paint that picture for you because that's the same thing that happens when you have a rainy day fund. That's the same thing that happens when you're having an emergency fund. And I've even heard people say, man, I can never grow my emergency fund. I'm like, well, no shit, because you always have an emergency. That's what you attract. Is it making sense now?
Yes.
Or you have that rainy day every single time because you're attracting that to yourself. So now you have the freedom fund, You're saving for your freedom. You're saving for the future, right? You're saving, write this down, I'm saving to enjoy my money. I'm saving to enjoy my wealth. Many of us in here, I've known many people that I've helped and I've coached, and they're very successful, right? They have $500,000 up to more, but they don't enjoy spending their money. They don't enjoy their money. Say it, I'm enjoying my money. I'm enjoying my success. I'm enjoying my millions. And literally, when you go to I told myself this for a full year. Remember, I told you yesterday, I changed my cycle on my affirmations, right? I put new affirmations up every 6 months. Well, this particular one, I left it up there for the whole year. It stayed there for 2 cycles of 6 months. I am enjoying my money. I am enjoying my success. I am enjoying my wealth. I say that over and over, right? Because many people that have money, they don't enjoy it because that scarcity mindset is still lingering deep down inside. Does that make sense? Yes. But when you enjoy, when you start telling yourself, you know what, Matthew, I'm enjoying my money. I'm enjoying spending my wealth, Alejandro. I'm enjoying my success. Then you get in that vibration where you start attracting more success, more wealth, because you're like, okay, it's a positive energy. Remember, it doesn't lie, right? The truth is that we have a vibration. So what vibration are you putting out on the daily? Are you putting the one that has the emergency fund like Israel said? Are you putting out the one that has a rainy day fund like Will said? Or are you going to start putting out the vibration of having a freedom fund? And when you start enjoying your success, when you start enjoying your wealth, when you start enjoying the money that you have, then it has a magnetism where you start attracting even more. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Every time you now from this point forward, right, enjoying your money is paying your mortgage with a smile. That's right. Paying your employees with a smile. Paying your vendors with a smile. Paying your car with a smile. What did I write? I didn't write this down yesterday. Write it down today, right? I am, say it with me, I am ridiculously happy that I get to pay for my mortgage. I am ridiculously happy that I get to pay my employees. I am ridiculously happy that I get to buy somebody lunch. And let me tell you, when you start telling yourself this enough, this has helped me so much in my breakthrough of really getting over just being happy about, right? Some of us, think about this. Thank you, God. Think about this. How many people do you know that to the exact point that I'm talking about, that they go on vacation. They go on vacation and they don't even enjoy their vacation because they're too concerned about what they're spending on vacation. Does that make sense, Priscilla? Right? I mean, you right? You get this, and this was me. The first time I went to Hawaii in 2004, when me and Mari we're there, and they're like, "Well, how much is this and how much is that?" And it's like, I didn't enjoy it. I did enjoy it, but not to the magnitude that I should have enjoyed it. And instead of enjoying the experience that we were given, the opportunity, you're counting pennies, and it's costing you your happiness. Does that make sense? So I am enjoying I am enjoying my money. I am enjoying my success. I am enjoying my millions. I am enjoying my wealth. And that's where you want to get. That's the difference between having money that's just sitting there like art so illustrated, smelly, stinky, and being a pond where you have the currency, where it's a current, a river flowing, and as it flows and you're enjoying it, and you're telling yourself your affirmation that I circulate, right? I circulate my millions. I circulate my money. And Mari tells me that now. She goes, I said, why'd you get that? She goes, I'm not spending money, I'm circulating it. She answers me like that. I'm not spending money, I'm circulating it. I'm like, how many Amazon packages are we going to get? She goes, honey, well, I'm circulating the money. Every day I go outside, there's Amazon. I'm like, well, how many Amazon packages are we going to get? And she goes, well, you're the one that says I'm circulating. All right, because I was there, like, I say my affirmations every day. So this is a shift in your wealth, in your millions that you have to do when it comes to money. Be ridiculously happy that you get to invest in yourself. Be ridiculously happy that you get to pay your employees. Be ridiculously happy that you get to do the things right. And I'll be honest with you, when I had to tell myself this because my son's going to school. He graduates here in 3 weeks from Texas State, and it's not. I mean, I'm grateful that we have the finances, but there was a point 4 years ago when I was starting my journey that I was like, paying $2,000 a month, $2,500 a month. It's a lot. But then I said, is it really a lot? Compared to what? So when you say it's a lot or it's expensive, I want you to challenge yourself and say, compared to what? Does that make sense? Yeah. Compared to what? Would you agree what's a lot to Israel may not be a lot to Leo? Or what's a lot to Joe may not be a lot to Alan? Or what's a lot to Alan may not be a lot to Pete? Does that make sense? What's a lot? But that's the beauty. Someone came up to me yesterday and said, well, Daniel, I asked, I can't remember who it was, I asked, so what part stuck to you? They're like, well, just the fact that I need to get around new people. If you hang around with 5 broke people, you're soon going to be the 6th. But if you hang around 5 millionaires, you're soon going to be the 6th millionaire. Like Charles illustrated, right, through osmosis. So maybe you really need to pay attention, like, who am I really hanging around? Who are my associations? The reason I'm so proud of Jacob is because, right, we were both in that, not that we were hardcore bikers, but we know we both had Harleys, we both rode, we both kind of were in that scene, and it's like, not that they're bad people, right? Not that I'm better than them, but it was costing me becoming who I am today. And I cried. I'll be honest with you, I cried. And, oh man, you think you're good now? I was like, no, I want better. I want my business to flow. I want to be what I was created to be. And you're going to have to make those harder decisions. Does that make sense? Because do you want to continue to be that broke 5th person, 6th person, or do you want to really put yourself in the environment where you're going to be that 6th millionaire and learn and grow and continue just to, it's a never-ending process. Even for myself, by no means am I saying, have I arrived or I'm at this pinnacle, because there's more out there for me. I'm believing for billions, right? Like I literally tell myself on my mirror, it wasn't easy because my mind said, you're a hypocrite. You're not even a billionaire. I'm like, well, I'm going to start, right? You got to start thinking like a billionaire and believe it before it happens. So I've changed a lot of my affirmations. And now bigger opportunities are coming. Am I there yet? No, but now I went from here. Now for me, I've opened up the spectrum. And one of my clients, Jerry, goes, man, dude, I was born to make billions. I'm like, okay. Like, he inspired me. And I'm like, he goes, come on, Pops. He goes, no. He goes, you know what he told me? He goes, I saw that picture in that jet. I said, thanks. He goes, it's a little jet. Think bigger. I'm like, that's the kind of person you want to hang around with, right? Those are the kind of people you want to associate yourself with. He goes, bro, that's a little jet. He goes, you want a Gulfstream G650. And I was like, okay. He's where I want, right? He's where I want to go, right? So I go, okay, Google, right? If you want to know something, Google-elo, right? So I Google it, Gulfstream, and I was like, hey, G650. And he goes, did you see the picture? Did you do it? He goes, I knew you would. I'm like, because I posted the picture, right? So think about this. Who here really wants to accelerate their results in what we're talking about? Start talking about it more. Why am I sharing that I tell myself I'm a billionaire? Why am I sharing myself? Why, like we went to the bowling alley yesterday, and we were there with Charles, and I literally tell myself, I tell myself this, that, right, this is what I write down. One of my commitments to myself, my goals is that I have a 9-story, right? I have a beautiful 9-bedroom home with an infinity pool, 6-car garage, professional gym, theater room, bowling alley on the lake. So I've been looking for a vision for myself to capture of what I would like my bowling alley to be, and it's been a couple of months, I can't find it. So we go to the bowling alley here down the mall, and I forced myself to talk about it. I said, Charles, come here, let me show you something. He goes, what? Come on, let me show you, right? Because they have the bowling alley, but then they have like a private room in the back, right here at Pin. And he's like, man, I go, yeah, I see the wall, and I'm going to put Millionaire Mind against the wall. Like, it's perfect. And he's like, awesome, man. He goes, why don't you put Gomez? Like, well, maybe I will put Gomez. But he supported that vision, though. You see what I'm saying? But the fact that I'm talking about it, right? Write this down. What I talk about, I bring about. Say that. What I talk about, I bring about. So don't be intimidated to talk about millions. Don't be intimidated to talk about business. Don't be intimidated to talk about real estate. Don't be intimidated. Everybody doesn't know anything. And when you realize you bring more value than you do, it's like, why do I tell you the vision about the house? Because I want that house.
That's right.
Write this down. What you're ashamed of, you'll never get.
Oh, I like that.
What you're ashamed of, what you're embarrassed to talk about, you're never going to get. What you're ashamed of, what you're embarrassed about, you're never going to get. So what are you ashamed of? What are you embarrassed to talk about? Don't be scared, right? Don't be scared to talk to your dreams with the right people.
That's what I was going to ask. So, like, what if you're telling people in their life? Why do you need to hire?
Here, let me give you the mic. That way they can. Great question. So feel free. I mean, this is a boot camp, so feel free to, if something comes up in you and you have a question, please. So what's your question?
My question would be, like, the people in your life that I guess would belittle your dreams. Like, for example, I told someone I was at a Millionaire Mind boot camp, and they're like, what do y'all do there? Like, just kind of like belittling it. Like, what do y'all, like, and I was trying to answer it the best I could. I'm like, well, you know, but like, what do you just like stop talking to those people? Or if they're belittling your dreams, like, what do you just stay quiet? Or
So can I ask, what's the relationship with this person? Friend or?
my daughter's dad.
Your daughter's dad. So great question, right? It's a great question. So there comes a point, and this is like a good example. My cousin Janie. I loved my cousin Janie. But she's a gossiper, and she's a drinker. And every time we're together, right, as Hispanics, puro chismear and tomar, right? This was me, like, 18 years ago, and we were very close to her in 2002, 2000, like for 4 years. And then when I started like not posting any more Harley stuff and not talking about this, and I wouldn't call her as much. She goes, "What? You forgot about me? You think you're better than me now?" I was like, "No." She goes, "Oh, because you're." I don't know what I posted. I think I posted something, and she just to that point. If you write this down, if you never make room for the new, it's never going to show up. If you never make room for the new, it's never going to show up. And if you never make room for the new relationships, Priscilla, they're never going to show up. So what you do is you push those people, right? Who is right there? Who is in your closest proximity? And I would say probably you probably have that quality people that are closest to you, that you give them permission to. You know, we talk about 5, but I think you got it right. There's 10 people that you're close to, and whoever those 10 people are that don't, right? The 5 people you become, but closer than that for support, that don't support your dream, you just push them out to the outer circle. And you still kind of, hi, how you doing, right? You're cordial about it, but you just push them to the outer circle. Because if I wouldn't have made room for the new, I would have never met Alan. I would have never had a relationship with Alan.
That's right.
And there's people that, all of us, not just Priscilla, but there's people that are around us that can help us, that can take us to that next level or make a connection somewhere else through networking. But if you never make room for the new, then they're never going to show up. So I would say, even though it's your daughter's, right? He's saying it because he doesn't believe it for himself. Right? He doesn't believe it for himself. So write this down. When people are cynical towards you, it's because they don't believe it for themselves. They're saying it to make themselves feel better. When people are cynical towards you, they're saying it to make themselves feel better because of their own insecurities. People will try to push, especially, and I'm glad this is coming up. That's a great question, Priscilla, because you know what happens in the situation where Priscilla just said? Most people at that point, they dim their light. So the question I posed because of Priscilla's beautiful question was, are you dimming your light because to make other people happy? Are you dimming your light to make other people happy? And I know that this is a family member, right? Your baby's father, and you just gotta learn to tune it out, and you talk to him, and right, because you tagged me on the post, so you probably saw the post on IG, but I'm glad you did it because you're putting it out there, right? You're talking about it, and I think, right, this is what I tell people is, you know, when you talk to me, I'm going to talk about God at some point. They say, do you always talk about God? Like, dude, like, don't you ever get tired of talking about God? I was like, no. I go, do you ever get tired about talking about drinking and how fucked up you got? I told somebody that. You check me, I'm going to check you, right? I'm a Christian, but I ain't going to lay over. I said, if you don't like it, unfriend me. But I think at the same time, not when you're angry, right? Not when you're being reactive, but I would encourage you, because of what Priscilla said, that you go through your social media here these next couple of days and you stop unfollowing and you unfriend people, not from a point from right, just a bad point of view, but you know what? That energy is not going to be associated to me anymore. That toxic environment is not going to be associated to me anymore. And you unfriend them. And when you unfriend them, it makes room for the new connections that God wants to bring with you to help you, and they're going to help your business go to that next level, that next stride. Does that help you? Charles, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, I've had the same stuff happen over and over and over. And I just came to the realization my family member's perception of me is not my reality.
Say that again. It's on.
So I had the same stuff happen to me about my family that was happening to Priscilla. They kept asking, well, you're a doctor, why are you continuing to push for more? I'm the only one that's ever left my county in my family. I moved, and it was basically like falling off the edge of the earth. And they're like, did you forget us? Did you forget where you come from? And they keep throwing that up. But I come to the realization their perception of me is not my reality. So I'm going to keep moving forward.
Love it. Give him a round of applause there. That's awesome. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ann.
Thursday was my last event for the year as a biometric screener. And I was coming to the meet and greet, and so I took my Millionaire t-shirt and changed it in the bathroom, came out, and the lead says, Millionaire Mind. What's that? And I just kind of shrugged my shoulders, didn't even explain to him, walked right on past. And the rest of my coworkers, they're cheering me on. You go, girl, and they're nurses like me. And it's just, what a difference. And the old me would have been crushed. But I just said, that's, like you said, not my reality. Yeah.
So think about this. Write this down. Be around people who celebrate you.
That's right. Come on.
Be around people who celebrate you. And at some point, you're gonna have to the, this is a reality, Priscilla, is your new life is going to cost you your old life. That goes for everybody here. Your new life is going to cost you your old life. And it's not that you're turning your back on people. It's going to cost you your old life. Everybody wants the new life, but they don't want to let go of the old life. So the question that I pose for you, where are you holding on to your old life that is costing you millions? Where are you holding on to your old life that is costing you your dreams? Where are you holding on to your old life?
That is so true.
And here's another millionaire hack I want to give you. I love what Charles said. His identity is as a doctor. He's an actual MD doctor. But he doesn't limit himself to that one identity. And many of us, we hold on to that one identity, and that's all we do. Did you get that? And he didn't choose that, right? Why can't I be an MD and be a real estate investor, a real estate mogul? You can't. Like myself, when I embraced the fact of Daniel Gomez Inspires as a motivational speaker. I embraced that, but then I struggled when people started calling me an executive coach or business coach. I was like, it didn't fit, right? It was new. Even though I knew business, right? I still didn't identify myself as that until I really said, you know what? I am a pretty good darn business person, right? I know business. God gives me the insight. So I embraced the identity. I embraced the identity of hey, I'm a motivational speaker, I'm a successful business coach, and I'm an award-winning corporate trainer. And I embrace all the identities. So write this question down. What identity am I not embracing? What identity am I not embracing? And I would say for a lot of us here, you're not truly embracing the identity of a successful business person. You're not embracing the identity of an entrepreneur, of a successful entrepreneur. You're not embracing that identity. Embrace the identity, embody it of being a millionaire. Walk about it, like I said, talk about it. I'm going to keep anchoring that. Talk about it, walk about it, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with, right? I have a little song, right? Money in the bank, money in the bank, money, 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 money in the bank. You got to give yourself, you got to have that fun with yourself. You got to put your emotion to that. Then we were dancing the other day. We're like, millions in the bank, millions in the bank, millions, 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 millions in the bank. But your subconscious mind picks that up, and it's a feeling you get. And then you go, that was easy. But it anchors it. You see what I'm saying? So I would encourage everybody to go on Amazon and get one of these. Seriously. And you'd be surprised, right? I'll be having like just a moment where I'm like, right? And it just changes my state. It changes my state. Yeah, it just changes my state. You know what?
What's the name of those things?
Cha-ching, cha-ching button. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. I think it's really called a cha-ching button. It's a cha-ching button. That's what it's called. Cha-ching, like cha-ching. But it changes the state. It changes the state. So let go of those relationships. Push them out. Make room for the new. Can we do that? All right. Well, we're gonna switch it up a little bit. I want you to hear from a good friend of mine. You know, very successful business person. I want you to get some insight from his perspective. And he came all the way from Detroit, and he's gonna pour some wisdom into us here for we can learn. So take some notes. Let's welcome and give a big round of applause to Mr. Alan Asp.
Thank you, Daniel Gomez. I love Daniel Gomez. I met him down in Florida, and it was the most amazing thing I ever did because he taught me so much. He ended up coming to Detroit to see me, and we ended up going downtown Detroit, stayed at the Renaissance Center. He wakes up in the morning at 5 a.m., and I'm hearing this noise. I am a millionaire! I'm going to do this! I'm like, what is going on? And that was, 3 years ago? And I would have never believed that Daniel went ahead, and at that time he was still like new, that he was on a journey and a path, and he taught me something that I didn't know. That the thing is that how you start the day is how you do every day. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say something to you. You got one life. Say it. You say it. You got one life. Say it. There's no reruns. There's no starting over. You got one life. You only got one time to do this. Now, my aha moment was 10 years ago. My daughter was having her graduation in high school. I couldn't afford to go ahead and put gas in the car to go to the graduation. It was out of state. I didn't have any money to go ahead and stay at a hotel. I had the bright idea. I'm going to get an $18 tent and stay basically on the side of the road because I had no money. Think about how idiotic that is. I had 57 cents in my savings account, and I was $335,000 in debt. Is anybody $335,000 in debt? Thank you. But that's good debt, I'm sure. The point of the matter I'm trying to make is that you couldn't have been any worse off than I was. I got 7 companies. 7 companies. Doing millions of dollars in business. How? What changed? What did I do? I had to go ahead and figure out what the magic sauce was, because the thing is that whatever I was doing wasn't working. So my life is I was an Assembly Guy minister 15 years of my life. And I'll tell you something that I learned. The number one thing I learned is I was supposed to be broke. I know that's going to sound crazy to you. But the thing is I thought I was as holy as all get out. Because the thing is the more broke I was, the more closer to God I was. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you something. Most people that have had the same experience I had still have that mindset. For you to become a millionaire, and this is what I did, you have to believe today. Say it, today. Today. Say it again. Today. Thank you. Because you cannot start another day without starting today. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, look at the neighbor left and right of you. Do they look like a millionaire? Yes. No, because you're not dressing like a millionaire. No, you have to change. The thing is, the thing I didn't like, every friend I had, I lost. Because the thing is, you have to change. If somebody that doesn't know you does not know you're a millionaire, then you're not acting like a millionaire. That's right. You have to believe it in your mind. And how this started with me is that I went ahead and I went to Hawaii for an event. It was so pathetic. I had no money. I didn't have any money for airfare, so I had a friend buy me a ticket. I didn't have a place to stay, so I used some timeshare points that someone gave me. I had no money for food. Now think how pathetic that was. I had no money for food, so I went on timeshare presentations. I went on 3 of them. And the hysterical part about the whole thing is that I believed I was a millionaire. So I'm on a timeshare presentation, and they allowed me to go ahead and give me a round of golf. So I'm at the golf course, and there's a guy that's selling real estate there. He says, "Sir, would you be open to go ahead and look at some houses?" I said, "Absolutely." After I get done playing golf, I went to him. And the thing is that I'm on this time, I'm looking at $10 million houses in Hawaii. And we were laughing. I'm like, I cannot believe nobody could pay cash for this. And I had nothing in my savings account. I could not even bought that guy lunch. But the thing is I believed it so deep in my spirit that I portrayed it to other people. I still cannot even believe how I was. What did I do? How did I act? What was I doing to the guy? We're on a golf cart looking at a $10 million house, And he thought I could pay cash for it. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you an assignment. We're at this weekend, right? Do you guys like to look at open houses? I looked at 100 houses in open houses that were worth over $1 million. Now think about that. If you're broke and poor, why would you look at $1 million house? Because that's what I wanted. And you know what? I live in $1 million house. And you know how much I owe on the house? 0. You see, it's all in your mind. But I'm going to tell you what, you don't have faith. You don't think that, but I'm telling you right now, you don't have faith. Because why? I'm going to read something to you from the scripture. This resonated with me so much, I could almost shake as I go ahead and read this. Because the thing is, I was an Assembly of God minister, 4 years of seminary, and I never understood what this meant. Because I never understood God. Will a mere mortal rob God? Yet you rob me. But you ask, how are you robbing me? In tithes and offerings. You are under a curse, you whole nation, because you are robbing me. Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse that there may be food. Test me in this. This is the only time God ever said test me, is in giving. It's the only time. Says the Lord Almighty, and see if I will not throw the floodgates of heaven and pour more blessing on you than you can go ahead and have room to store. Now I'm going to tell you something. Great man I talked to, Mike Murdoch. Some of you might know him. I had a conversation with him, and I says, Mike, I says, I make $3,000 a month. My bills are $4,000 a month. I said, I lose $1,000 a month. He said, Alan, if you want to be a millionaire, you've got to give $1,000 a month. It's God's system. Because God will go ahead and take that $1,000 a month, you do it for 10 times in a year, you got 10,000, he'll go ahead and multiply 100-fold, and then you go ahead and be a millionaire. I said, I don't think you get it, Mike. I lose $1,000 a month. He said, no, you don't get it. Because this is how it works. The thing is this verse right here, it says, will you rob God? I'm thinking, God's got it all. He's got all the wealth. He's got all the land. How can I rob God by not giving? You're robbing because you don't have the faith in God that if you go ahead and give, that it'll come back to you. That year, Mike Murdoch said to me, if you commit to give, God will always give money to a giver. God will always give money to a giver. I'll tell you what, I never ate so many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in my life. I said, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I couldn't even make my mortgage payment, but I'm going to give $1,000 a month. I gave it to different charities. I gave it to the Wisdom Center. I gave it to different charities that, Joel Osteen, a lot of different ones, because where you give your seed is just as important as anything else.
That's right. That's right.
So I went ahead and gave $10,000 away that year. I don't know how I did. Everything was a miracle because when I said I'm going to give it, I got an unexpected check back from the government for $1,000 one time. Another one, my parents gave me a $1,000 check for a birthday gift. Everything that I got, it was a miracle all to itself. That propelled me on how I think. The thing is that the reason that God can't go ahead and bless you is because you have no seed in the ground. There's favor in what you do. Now let me explain some other things. You have to be in sync with your environment and your finances. And this is one of the hardest things I learned, is that you cannot go ahead and live more than 50% of your income. So that means if you're making $4,000 a month, your income should go $2,000 to your house, your mortgage, and all that other stuff. 10% goes to giving. 10% goes to the golden goose you never go ahead and ever spend. 10% is to have fun. You got to have fun. 10% is for something for a long-term situation, and 10% is education. I'm going to tell you what, do you spend 10% on education? I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't believe I could be where I'm at today if I didn't take that 10% and I used it for education. One of the greatest investments, and I know Daniel didn't tell me to say this, is to let Daniel Gomez help you get to that next level. If I could do it, then you can do it. The thing is that I never got anywhere in this walk without having a coach. My first coach was the same coach Les Brown had. The second coach was a good coach. I'm not going to bring his name because it doesn't matter. My third coach was Daniel Gomez. And you say, well, I don't have that money. Well, the thing is, if you were balanced and you took 10% of what you got, you have to grow. Most people don't grow. The thing is, you have to grow. You have to become bigger. When I was broke, I never read a book for 30 years. Think about that. Yeah? And what it is that I had to go ahead and grow in my knowledge and wisdom. So over a period of 5 years, I read over 500 books on money. 500 books. The thing is you become what you put your mind and energy into. I wanted to make a comment when we were talking about your friends. Let me tell you how I lost all my friends. Even though you have friends, you're always going to have 3 people in your life. Jesus did, right? He had Thomas. So you're always going to have someone doubt you. You're always going to have a Peter that always will deny you. And you always go have a Judas. He showed us the plan, right? So the thing is, as long as you recognize that, you say, okay, this is who you are. You're Judas. The strange thing is that it was my mom. What Daniel said, I did. I went ahead and on my wall, everywhere I went, I put I'm a millionaire. Everywhere. I put it on my desk at work. I put it on my walls at the house. Everywhere I go, I put on there, I'm a millionaire. My mom saw it one day. It was so funny. She says, boy, are you an idiot. I was like, whoo. She's like, that's not how it works. But you know what? I probably got more money than she got. It does work. Because whatever you think in your mind, you manifest. Thank you.
Is that you? No. We're not done yet. Oh. Woo, that's Alan's song. Let's get another round of applause. Alan Nash, ladies and gentlemen. Test 1, 2, test. So think about what he said, right? What we think about, what we become, right? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? I gave you. What's the reason I gave you this $1 million bill is because I want you to focus on the optics. Write this down. We're taking over 1 million optics a second. We're taking over 1 million optics a second. That's how powerful our mind is. And retailers know this. Marketing people know this. Why do you think during the football games, all you see is nothing but alcohol commercials in there? They know this. Whenever you see Wilmington, you don't see Bud Light commercials during Wilmington. What do you see? Cadillac, Rolex commercials. Because they know that that's our target audience. You really write this down. From this day forward, no more trash TV. No more trash TV. No more trash TV. My hope for you as you leave here today that you're going to be the next Alan, the next Daniel Gomez inspires and even bigger, even better. But I love what Alan said. You must change. You must change. And I want to help you change. I really can. Like, right? I want you to think about this. What keeps most of us, and this was me, from going to the next level was my own pride, my own ego. And like, this is a true fact what Alan had said. I was in the bathroom and just the growth that I've had because I've invested in myself. I've invested over $200,000 into myself. True fact. But that's why we're making the revenue. That's why we're where we're at. That's why I'm where I'm at and able to do that. And it's scary. But I really wanted it. In order for your life to change, you must change. So I would love to help you however I can. I'm here to serve you, and you're worth the investment. Can you do that for you? Say, I'm worth the investment. I'm worth the investment. You're worth the investment. Love yourself enough to change what you need to change. So we're going to take a group picture now before we go to lunch. So make our way up here. We need tall guys in the back. And we're going to take a group photo of this before we go to lunch here. So come up front and let's have some fun.
Yep. All right. We got it. Yep.
in April. Woo woo! Woo! Go, look at Will. Keynote speaker today. Will is going to shut it down. Boom, baby. Yeah. I put ice in it. Uh-oh. We need you at Sticker Shock, Jasmine. That was easy.
I'm a bit. Who wants to invest in real estate? Raise your hand. Who has $50,000 right now?
Bro, this, if you buy, invest
The
in
what?
one of those.
Took a few different ones.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
sure you'll be able to see one that you like.
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
I was moving.
And you're having fun, you know, you're already doing it. See, like that. Like that right there, like
You're going to have to squat, Will.
Hello, everybody. blah, blah, blah. And blah, blah. And blah, 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 blah.
That's a good one.
Thank you. One more?
That was easy. Cha-ching. Easy button. This changes your state.
I'll start singing. I'm a singer.
Let me go use the restroom. All right, guys, we're going to get started in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Oh, sure. Something happened there. There you go. Sorry about that. Right there? Okay. Mic or no? Better without it?
Well, it's digital here now. Look at the circle, and I can not try it with the mic. Put it in the other hand. What I'm trying to do is, when I get the word millionaire shirt, I'm trying to...
Thank you so much.
Pass the mic.
Yeah.
You get a car, and you get a car, you get a car. Everybody's getting a car. Who's next? Who's next?
Let me try it. Yeah. One more. Yeah. Gracias.
Thank you. Alejandro.
Thank
you. You're a millionaire, April. You're a millionaire, Alejandro. Everybody here is a millionaire. Everybody. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I want a film. No.
All right, make sure you say something good.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to say anything. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car. Yes. Thank you.
Is everybody back? Yes? I'm like super short, so I'm gonna be up here. Babe, can you kill the music, please? Okay. Are we all back? Yes? Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 after lunch. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Lots of good information, lots of golden nuggets that Daniel has created for you guys with the Millionaire Mindset. One thing that I do ask you guys, if you guys are posting, sharing those pictures, make sure you do hashtag Makings of a Millionaire Mind. Share and share and share anything that you guys have out there in regards to what we're doing today. Try to bring more people in. Get our Millionaire Mind Club bigger. Another thing I do ask you guys is get connected with each other. Get connected with each other, with the person that you're sitting next to, or if you need to move around and meet someone else on the other side, do that. This is going to be a community of a lot of knowledgeable people. And if you're struggling in one area, you can reach out to someone that's probably excelling in that area, and they can probably give you some pointers into how to advance and get past that hump. So, anywho, I didn't introduce myself, but for those that don't know me, I am Mari, Daniel's better half. So we've been doing this for about 5 years. First time up here, I did not say a word. So I think Daniel's pretty excited that I'm up here today because I'm talking. And then he's going to tell me to stop talking because that's what he usually does. So he says I talk too much. But anywho, we're going to be having dinner. We really enjoy having conversations with you guys outside of our learning environment. We'll be having dinner at Rosario's on San Pedro, which is like a 5-10 minute drive from where we're at. If you're staying at the hotel can shuttle you there. Or if you've met a new friend, a new partner that has a vehicle and they want to give you a ride, by all means go and take advantage of that. Dinner will be at 6:30. If you guys will be joining us, give me a show of hands so I know exactly how many people to have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Babe, can you do the count?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14.
And you get 2 for Leo?
2 for Leo.
And then 2 for over here.
Okay, so 14, 15.
So about 20 people?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so we're good. Mexican restaurant, the margaritas are amazing. So if you guys are a margarita lover, that's me. But anyhow, Daniel's going to take it away. Guys, a lot of the information that you guys are listening to today, like Alejandro experienced, we live this every day. Every day, Daniel wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Every day. Saturday and Sunday. Every day. So anyhow, is this working? Is it working? Absolutely. It's working because when I look at our vision board and I check to see what we've already crossed off, it's amazing. And not only that, you guys, teach these to your kids. Teach this to your kids because we started doing vision boards with our kids. I don't even remember how long it's been. And my daughter's vision board and her husband's vision board was to get a house. Guys, they bought their first house a couple of months ago. Okay? My son wanted a brand new pickup. Brand new pickup. My son got a 2022 Ford F-150 on his own without mom and dad's help. So if this is working, yeah, absolutely, guys. And it's working for you. Believe it for yourself. And God, most importantly, believe it for your kids. Share this knowledge with your kids because the best legacy we can leave our kids is the wisdom and the knowledge that we have. The material things are going to be over and done with. But the wisdom and the knowledge that you share with them is mind-blowing. But thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you or anyone you know wants to come back, bring them your friends, share our story, share our vision with anyone that you guys know. And without further ado, here is the one and only Daniel Gomez.
Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Money in the bank. Everybody stand up. Come on, everybody stand up. We're gonna make it. Come on, everybody stand up. Let's go. Come on, stand up, stand up, stand up. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun real quick, all right? All right, all right, come on. I want to anchor this moment. Even the tough guys in here, I want you to have fun with this, right? I want you to shake it, right? Say, Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Millions in the bank. Millions in the bank. Millions in the bank. Billions in the bank. Billions in the bank. Billions in the bank. Billions in the bank. That's you. Say, look at the person next to you. You have millions in the bank. So right. So now I want you to embody this. Right. I want you to walk, sir. I want you to walk around. Take a moment and walk around. Introduce yourself to say, hey, I'm Will. I'm a millionaire. I want you to do that right now. Go introduce yourself to somebody that you haven't talked to. Somebody you haven't talked to. And say, hey, my name is Jacob Davis. I'm a millionaire. Say, I'm April. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Somebody you haven't talked to. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Embody it. Embody it. Come on. Come on. Another one. Keep going. Come on. I want you to embody it. How you doing? I'm Daniel. I'm a multi-millionaire. Let's go. Come on. Embody it. Embody it. Come on. Somebody else. Somebody else. Introduce yourself. Somebody you haven't talked to. Come on. Say, hey, I'm a millionaire. Embody it. Say it. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Come on. I'm Daniel Gomez Inspires. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Introduce yourself to somebody else. Somebody else. Come on. I'm a millionaire. Embody that. Embody it. Come on. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Let's go. I'm a millionaire. Introduce yourself. I'm Will. I'm a millionaire. Come on. Awesome. Congratulations. Woo. You received that, right? Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Let's go. Millions in the bank. Come on. Yes. Woo. Come on. Yes, come on, embody it, embody it. Pete, shake some hands, Pete. Come on, Pete. Woo! Right, so think about this. The reason I have you do that is because you want to get comfortable and embody that identity. Does that make sense? So as you're walking around, you're anchoring to your subconscious mind the song, right? Why do you think I bring the $1 million bills? It's to anchor it. Everybody say anchor. Anchor. I want you to start anchoring your life in everything you do. Write that down. I am anchoring my life in everything you do. Everything I do is to bring back a memory because, like I said earlier, we've taken over 1 million optics a second. Not a minute. You, as a human being, taking over 1 million optics a second. That's why that's why advertising works. That's why advertising works. So the reason I gave you this $1 million bill is because your memory does it. And the story about my son and the vision board, who here has a vision board? Raise your hand. If you don't have one, you need to do one. And not one on your phone. I shared with a true story. My vision board is over my toilet. Because, like I shared yesterday, that's the first thing that I see. And I want to kind of go deeper with the story about my wife, right? When she was talking about my son. What are you teaching your kids? Everything that you know about money right now, you learn mostly from your mom or dad, or whoever raised you. You agree with that? So write this down. It's the modeled behaviors that gave me my belief system about money. It was the modeled behaviors that gave me my belief system about money. So, Jacob, if you saw your mom and dad argue about money, the likelihood is you thought, like, I don't want any money, or because my mom and dad always argued about money. Or if you saw your dad, Joe, go and buy a toy, and then next thing you know, he came home and your mom and I were arguing about why are you always buying stuff we don't need? Well, then it gave you a relationship with money, an association. Does that make sense? So it gives you the belief system that you have. So my son Julian, right? My son Julian, we had just bought him a Mustang. He bought the Mustang in a couple of, last year actually, about a year ago, around November. And his payment was like $300 a month. And he was paying it, and then he's like, Dad, like, I want a truck. And I'm like, okay. I kind of ignored him. Not ignored him, but I said, okay. His car was only 5 months old. He's like, hey, Dad, I really want a truck. And I'm like, well, you know, go see. I was busy, so I didn't go with him. I sent him to the Ford dealership that I train at. Am I on?
Yes.
Yes? And he was like, okay, so he goes, right? I didn't think he was going to go. Like, this kid is a millionaire already. He thinks like, I mean, he thinks higher than I do because he's my little lap rat, right? People think he was 21 years old. So he goes over there and he's like, yeah, he goes, you know what? I'm going to buy the truck. I say, no, wait up, bring the truck home. So he brings the truck home, and then Brandon goes, hey, I'm going to go with your son. I go, no, I don't want you at my house, Brandon. Get out of here. I need to talk to my son by himself. So Julian shows up, and he's like, look, Dad, I'm like you. I backed up my truck. I usually back up my truck. He backs up his truck. He goes, Dad, I'm like you. And I was like, okay. I'm like, God, give me the words, right? Because sometimes I put my foot in my mouth. I'm still human. So Jay, like, you just got your Mustang. He goes, yeah, Dad, but like, I want to be like, I want a truck. I want to be like you. We're Twinkies, is what he told me. I said, well, let me finish this call and we'll take a look at what they got. So he tells me he's here. I'm like, well, look, tell him you're going to need this and that. So I said, look, you negotiate the deal, but I'm going to tell you what to say. Tell him I need to give you another $2,000 for your trade-in, and tell him you need a lower interest rate. You should be about $650 a month, give or take. He goes, okay. I said, pray about it when you go back home. As you're driving back to Fort, pray about it. I said, he goes, okay, Dad. So he goes back. Next thing you know, he shows up 2 hours later. He's in his truck. Signed the deal by himself. He had a Rolex on his vision board, and he had a truck on his vision board. And he was kind of upset because he just got a truck, his car. And I was too, right? I was like, the parent wants to protect the child, right? The parent wants to protect the child. So sometimes you want to protect yourself. And in wanting to protect yourself, you don't bet on yourself on those bigger things. In wanting to protect yourself, you don't bet on yourself on those bigger things. And God showed me. This is the hack. You don't get it, do you? It's like, what are you talking about? He goes, Julian's not scared of big numbers. Because you taught him that. Julian's not scared of big numbers. I said, show me, God. What are you trying to show me? He's not scared of a $700 payment. He has a millionaire mind, Daniel. Write this down. Millionaires ain't scared of big numbers. In the car business, we have a saying. So I'm going to give you a little car buying tip. Because over 90% of car buyers think poor-minded. We have a saying called, reduce it to the ridiculous. Why do we reduce it to the ridiculous? Because as consumers, you've been trained, I've been trained, we've all been trained to be consumers in this world. They want you to be a consumer. They want you to make payments. Most people that buy cars, they don't, right? They don't buy based on price. They buy based on payments. So you reduce it to the ridiculous because that's where the average person, the poor-minded person, as they teach us to be consumers, understands the lingo. Does that make sense? So they reduce it to the ridiculous, and then they say, well, it's just another coffee a cup a day at 30 cents a day. That's why even foundations, nonprofits use it, because it's just, they don't tell you do $30 a month or $40 because you won't do it, but it's just a cup of coffee. Okay, you understand that. You follow what I'm showing you? So after I thought about it, I told Marty, you know what? We almost kept Julian from playing big in life. She was like, well, what do you mean? she goes, in wanting to protect our son, even though we're here, we didn't want him to do it because we wanted to protect him. But I said, isn't it amazing? I told her, isn't it amazing that our son is not scared to go out there and buy this truck and have this $650 payment? Isn't that awesome? She goes, yeah, I guess so. So from what lens are you looking at your business from, your numbers from? Are you having that poor-minded financial winner economy? Or are you seeing it from the lens of a millionaire mind? Because millionaires aren't scared of big numbers. You follow me? Ever since he bought that truck, his sales went up. He had a record-breaking summer. He made $7,000 3 months in a row as a student. He came back and I said, he goes, Dad, I have an idea. I said, what's your idea? He goes, I'm going to tell him I want to be the trainer. So he works at the Wash Tub. It's the biggest wash tub company in South Texas. They have like 30 locations from San Antonio to over past Austin. So I tell him. So he went and said, hey, I want to coach your people and train them. They know me because I've done some trainings for this corporation. And he got his shot. It was on his vision board. You know what I call him? Julian, the CEO. So the question I have is, you as a parent, as a leader, what labels are you putting on your people? See, the millionaire mind is definitely about the money, it's about the wealth, it's about the success, but what labels are you putting on your kids? What labels are you putting on your employees? What labels are you putting in around your people that you're with, associate with every day? Does that make sense? And in trying to protect our people, we tell them to show them to dim their light, and no, not to dim their light, not to play small. So I want you to write this down, because there's some things that you need to start giving. I hereby grant you and I share that with you because some of you are not having a success in business and life and in wealth because you haven't given yourself permission to do what? Because you were that old Daniel that would have told Julian not to buy that truck and teach him to play small. So where do you have to give, right? Say it with me. I hereby grant you permission to play big in life. I hereby grant you permission. Come on, everybody. I hereby grant you permission to be a millionaire. You got to give yourself permission to do these things. Because many times we don't give ourselves permission to do these things. We don't give ourselves permission to play big. We don't give ourselves permission to succeed. We don't give ourselves permission to accumulate wealth. Because it wasn't behavior that was role modeled at home. It wasn't the language that we heard at home. You follow me on this? Because what we hear, right, we don't realize that what we talk about, your kids are hearing you. Your children are hearing you. Your employees are hearing you. And you wonder why your business isn't growing to the next level because you're not having the millionaire mind at home. You're not having the millionaire mind at work. And you're talking small and you're complaining about the smallest things or because you weren't allowed to do something and because that's what was behavior to you. So take a moment. And on the back you have a notes area too, or wherever you want to write it on your pad. What are 5 things that have been holding you back that you haven't given yourself permission to do? I hereby grant you permission to do X, Y, Z. What is it? Maybe for you, it's you've been wanting a new car. You need a car, and God already told you to get it. Maybe it's to buy that new car. Maybe for you, it's to buy that dress or whatever it is. What do you need to give yourself permission to do? Maybe it's just to have fun. I remember a memory of me is my dad would tell me, sit still at church. And I would get smacked if I didn't do something. What do you need to give yourself permission to do here today? I hereby grant you permission to take a chance on yourself. What do you need to give yourself permission to do today? What is it that you need to give yourself permission to do? Because the truth is, the world is limitless. The truth is, you're limitless. But you're holding yourself back because you haven't given yourself permission to do what? What is it? What do you need to give yourself permission to do? For me, is to build relationships. To build deeper relationships with human beings. Like I said yesterday, I'm going to remind you, people is a new currency. People is a new currency. It's one of the ways you never know. You come here and you meet somebody, you connect at a deeper level. So take another moment, and then I want you to share with us, and what do you need to give yourself permission to do? What do you need to give yourself permission to do? Maybe it's to love yourself. Maybe, this is the biggest mistake that I ever did. And we don't see it, and it hinders us from going to the next level in life and business. I remember my son would clean my Harley, and I would say, like, man, just give me the rag. He's like, what, Dad? I was like, you can't even do it right. Unaware of what I was doing. Did you capture that? Like, just give me the rag. He's like, what, Dad? I'm like, dude, just let me finish it. And I would take over, and like I was crushing his spirit. I didn't mean to get you, but I was crushing his spirit. And then I would ask him, and I did it again, right? Hey, son, let me go buy my mic down. He goes, okay. But they got to the point where he goes, Dad, I don't want to do it because I don't ever do it right. So what do you think he grew up doing? Believing. So maybe right now, your bank account's not where you wanted it to be because you don't believe you can do things right, and it transfers over into your money, into your wealth. You're like, man, I can't do anything right. I can't even have money in my bank account. You see how that affects us? Well, I can't even clean my dad's Harley right. When? Well, what can I do right? But by the grace of God, I caught myself now, and I'm like, I captured myself, and I'm telling, it's a different story. It's a different dialogue. What's something you wrote down, Israel? What do you need to give yourself permission to do?
To be great.
To be great.
Yeah, because when I was growing up, I always told me, I used to stutter when I was a kid, really bad. Bad. I used to sing when I wanted something. I had to sing. And I remember one time my teacher told me, and it still haunts me. Says, you're never gonna have a great voice, and that's what stops me sometimes to be a speaker or a trainer or a coach or whatever, because I'm scared I'm gonna stutter.
Wow.
Sometimes I'm afraid I'm gonna stutter. Sometimes I'm afraid to take a coaching contract or a speaking contract because in my mind I see that teacher.
Can you move the mic, honey? The other mic. Does that make sense, though? Did you hear? Can you hear Israel? So maybe you were like him, and you heard that as a child. Right? What do you need to give yourself permission to do? Thank you, Israel. Give Israel a round of applause for opening his heart. That's it. I want to honor you for being courageous.
Yeah. I guess for me, I'm pretty reserved. I'm very shy. So sometimes my blessings are stopped based off of the fact that I don't believe in myself. So I'm going to give myself permission to believe in me.
I guess I'm next. So, you know, it was funny. He was talking earlier about the starting and the stopping. I've tried to start a business myself twice in the past, and it got hard, and I quit and went back to what I knew because that's easy. It's comfortable. And so here recently, I've been forced out of my comfort zone. I lost my job last Friday, but I didn't lose my job because now I'm in what I'm supposed to be doing because I'm a speaker, I'm an author, I'm a pastor. So I'm giving myself permission to believe in myself and what it is I'm supposed to do.
All right, round of applause. And the reason I do this, right, because every day we walk up to people and they seem okay on the outside, right? They seem like good. But look at the hearts that you're hearing of these people being courageous today. I share that with you because you never know what someone's walking through in life. Because, right, write this down. Sometimes the most overzealous people are hiding something. Mm-hmm. The most overzealous people are hiding something. And that was my sister. My sister was always like she was a bundle of joy, just like, right, like overly optimistic, like overly positive. And I didn't understand it when I was younger then, but I realize now that she was just hiding so much pain underneath that. And she still is. But you never know what someone's going through. You think of Robin Williams, that was a comedian, and he was always joking, and look, you can make it. Does that make sense? Ms. Priscilla, what are you going to give yourself permission to do?
Give myself permission to be more confident and step into my greatness. Basically, like, stop doubting myself on so many things and accept and embrace my identities, because a lot of times, like, I know I'm a business owner and I have a really good business that I'm really proud of, but a lot of times I don't like to tell people I'm the business owner because I don't feel like I look like the business owner, so I don't know. So I'll just be like, I won't mention or say anything so I'm not giving myself enough credit for what I've done. So yeah, be more confident and step into my greatness.
So I want you to, okay, so when she said I'm going to be more confident, you see how she switched a little bit? So she kind of didn't believe it. So I want you to stand up, because this is a breakthrough moment for you. Come on. And I want you to say, I'm giving myself permission to be more, like, you know what? Whoever needs to freaking hear that, yell that shit out. Like, screw you, fuck you, right? I'm going to be more confident. Come on. This is a breakthrough moment for you.
I am more confident. I give myself permission to be more confident.
Woo!
Woo!
Let's go, baby. That was huge. That was powerful right there. Sometimes that lack of confidence keeps us from being that millionaire. That confidence keeps us from getting that big contract. Can any team win the Super Bowl without confidence? It takes confidence to win the Super Bowl. It takes confidence to win the NBA Finals. It takes confidence to win the World Cup that's already started. It takes confidence. And not that I was putting her on the spot, but I wanted her to break that mold. Like, no, I can be this. Does that make sense? Yes. So that was huge. Yes.
No, I want to add on to Priscilla. Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but Priscilla, I think, like, you're like an amazing, amazing individual. You're like so young and you have such great potential. Your biggest cheerleader should be you. You need to, like, hey, toot your own horn. Girl, you're like in your mid-20s and you have your own business. 30, okay, whatever it is. You still look like you're in your 20s to me. But toot your own horn. Like, if you're not going to cheer for yourself, how do you expect the people to cheer for you? Right? I mean, look at you. You have an amazing, amazing business, successful. You have that. Be proud of that. Yeah, I am a business owner. I have X amount of trucks out there taking care of pups, but I also have an actual building that you can bring them to me too. Shout it to the world. I mean, that's like an amazing, huge accomplishment. So I just wanted to add that on there because I think you needed to hear that.
Right. Oh, no, I got to follow all of that.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. So a couple of things that I wrote down is that I'm going to be more independent. I'm going to be fearless, and I'm going to be okay making mistakes. There are things, and the last thing I wrote was that I'm going to incorporate, because I'm intentionally making my business small, like a simple LLC, because I'm afraid of the risks. I'm afraid of what I don't know. I'm afraid of making the mistakes, giving it to the next level. So as far as being independent, I've always needed someone to support me. I've always, you know, when others weren't by my side, I took that very personally. And I think I need to, like I said, be more independent, you know, let me be me, and if you're not going to support me, you're not going to be with me, or you're not going to be on my side, kind of thing. So
what are you going to give yourself permission to do?
I'm going to be more independent. I'm going to take risks. I'm going to be okay if I make mistakes. I'm going to learn from them, and I'm going to move on from them.
So say it. I give myself permission.
I give myself permission to be independent, to make mistakes, and to think big.
Woo! Let's go. Come on. Guys, that was huge. That was huge for Brian to do that. That was huge. One more. Jasmine. Come on, Jasmine.
I'm gonna give myself permission to champion myself, because most of the time I feel like, oh, it's not enough. I'm not where I want to be, and I just forget about everything that I have been accomplishing, especially in the last 2 years, 3 years. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself permission to acknowledge that and champion myself.
I love it when we're vulnerable like this, because it shows us that everybody at some form or some fashion, we need that encouragement, we need that belief, that we need that support. And what I love is when somebody opens their heart and they're vulnerable, it opens up our heart to be vulnerable. So I want you to, if you haven't done it, go home. When you go home, I want you to buy a cork. They're probably about this big, a cork board, this big, on Amazon. They run like $10. And then what you do is you go to Google and you just Google the pictures, stuff that you want. And what I do is I get like a white notebook paper, and then I post a picture on the white paper, and then I just cut it out, and you make your vision board into 5 areas, right? So write this down. So what areas do I do my vision board on? So one of them is business or finances. Another one is travel. Another one is family. Another one is health. And another one are just goals you have, like material things. Right? One of them, one of the 5 collages you're going to have is it's going to be business. One of them is going to be family. One of them is going to be travel. One of them is going to be health. One of them is going to be just goals you have, material goals, the goals, right? And it's going to kind of look, if we had to break ours up, ours look like this, right? Kind of after I cut them out. Then I put a center in the board, right? This is actually on the board itself. So I take the collages after I do them, and this is what our our vision board looks like, depending on what pictures they are. But that gives you an idea of how we separate it. So right, this is the cork. Then you put 4 or 5 pictures here, 4 or 5 pictures here, 4 or 5 pictures here, and this works. When we moved into our house, I didn't see it because we had moved and we put we had just had our sticker shock, and we put our stuff away in boxes. And then as I was putting up the vision board, I was like, oh shit. I said, Marty, she's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, come here. The pool, and you can't even see it, the pool that we had on our vision board 2 years ago is the pool that we have now. The driveway that we have with lights around it, that's our horseshoe driveway that we have now. The white chairs that we have now were the white chairs that Marty had put a picture there. There was like 6 huge things that were like not coincidence, and I was like, wow, like this shit works. Like, wow, right? Because sometimes we do something and we don't believe it, but we still try it, right? We've been there. But imagine when you know that it's working for somebody else, it gives that much more confidence to do it for yourself. So I really want to encourage you to as we got 5 more weeks going into 2023, do it with your family. And going back to what Marty said about my son Julian having the vision board in doing his own, they've never done it with us. And he goes, you know what? We made it a family time. We had a good time. We did it. And he got his truck, and he got something else that he wanted, and like, I was like, wow, right? And then he goes, Dad, I'm going to have a Rolex by the end of the year. I was like, dude, you're crazy. Like, because he's a kid. I mean, to me, he's a kid. You know what I'm saying? So then me and Marty are going somewhere, and I'm thinking, like, what are we going to get Julian for his birthday? I mean, for his graduation. She's like, I don't know. And I said, you know, going back to the story that I told you yesterday, we had gone to the Rolex store to get Marty a birthday gift for our anniversary, if you remember. So thank God they didn't have it in stock. So the lady goes, well, I'm just playing, honey. So the lady goes, well, she goes, you can be on the list and you can do that. And Marty got her purse. And by that time, she had her tag keyword. I said, well, she goes, well, what about you, sir? I said, no. I said, I want a black watch. I go, but right now, there's no Rolexes on display. You have to order them. She goes, well, it's 2 years. It's a 2-year wait. I said, she goes, you want me to put you on the list? I said, you know what? Yeah, sure, why not? So I did it, not expecting nothing to happen, and goes through, and then I get a call, and it was an unknown number. I never answer unknown numbers, but I answered it. I said, hey, this is Daniel. She goes, yeah, Mr. Gomez? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, who's this? She goes, oh, this is so-and-so from the North Star store. And I'm like, oh, I go, what's going on? She goes, yeah, I heard you and your wife were at La Cantera, and you wanted a black Rolex. I was like, yeah. I said, I just put your name on the list. She goes, what's in? I said, what? She goes, it's in. I go, they told me it was a tier weight. They go, yeah, but I had bought a Rolex from this lady already. And she goes, I told my manager, and she says, come get it if you can be here today. And I was like, okay. Prior to that, I had bought another Rolex at this other store. They were going to sell it to me for $19,500. And I said, you know what, I'll do it for $18,000. They didn't want to budge. I said, no worries. I almost bought it, but the bank doesn't just let you take out $15,000 cash, right? You got to sign a form, and it's just not an easy task to do. So I said, well, I'll come back next week, and I just didn't do it. Well, then she goes, yeah. And I said, well, what's the price? And she goes, it's only $14,750. So save $5,000. I said, yeah. I said, okay. Well, let me talk to my wife. So I prayed about it that night, and God says, you're going to give Julian your first Rolex you ever bought. But my son believed it for himself. Like, what are the odds? A 2-year wait, and they bump me to the list. And I'm sharing this with you because, write this down. When millionaires put the intention out there, the opportunities show up. When millionaires put the intention out there, the intentions show up. And what do I mean by that? I was telling everybody when when we were having lunch at our table, I was like, everybody give Jasmine a round of applause right now. I'll tell you why. Thank you, Jasmine. I'm in Houston. I'm sitting like where Joe's sitting, and I always get a corner table because I deliberately put my book like this. That way everybody can see it. So I deliberately put my book like that, and then comes in Jasmine, full of energy in the morning, and she's there. And she's like, "Hey, what's the book? Can I buy it?" I was like, "Yeah, you can buy it." Right? It's not, I'm an attendee like you, but right? That's the power of a book. And she's like, "Oh yeah." I go, "Yeah, you can buy it." She's like, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, what else is there to the book?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Yeah, like, is there any? What's with the book? Is there any events?" I was like, "No." Well, I go, "Well, yeah, there's an event." She's like, "Okay, great." So we're paying attention to Brad, and then she goes, "Okay, well, how do I buy my ticket to the event?" The event wasn't even on Eventbrite. Like, there was no Millionaire Mind Bootcamp. It was an idea. And I was like, she's like, "So how do I pay you?" I'm like, "Well, pay me right now." I carry my invoices with me. She paid me there. There was no event on Eventbrite. There was nothing going on. And guess what? We're here now because she bought the first ticket. Now I was committed, right? Now I was committed. So what's the lesson behind that? When you put the intention out there, the people are going to show up. I was scared, I'll tell you that, because it was another event from the ground up to build one up. It's not easy. But she bought the ticket. God gave me the first person to give me the confidence to be like, well, I said, well, shit, if she wants it, everybody's going to want it. So my attitude changed from being scared and thinking like a poor-minded person to being like, well, God, you brought me Jasmine, you're going to bring me Jacob, you're going to bring me John, you're going to bring me Alejandro, you're going to bring me everybody I need. And look. So what idea are you not embracing? What idea are you being poor-minded at? Maybe for you it's buying a new truck, a new van. What is it for you? What is it that you're holding back on because you're allowing being fearful and being scared and not walking in the authority of who you're created to be? You're being poor-minded over here, and God's saying, no, walk in your faith, walk in your authority. Be stronger than what you think you are. So when you put the intention out there, the clients appear. When you put the intention out there, they appear. Does that make sense? Yes. So put your, right, so this is something that, right, we're talking about not being scared of big numbers. When millionaires are not scared of big numbers, some of us in this room, we're undercharging our services because we're scared that the current level that you're at in business, well, what if I lose my customers? Great, God's going to bring you new ones. I had this client, coaching client, one of my original clients, Amadi told me, I said, I think I just need to fire Rosie. She's like, what do you mean? Well, she pays me the least out of all my clients. She's the most draining that when I coach, I go and she's on my old pay scale. And God already told me to release her. And going back to what I was telling Priscilla about releasing those friends, guess what? Once I released Rosie, the next level of client appeared. Does that make sense? You have to understand that in business, having that millionaire mind, when you value yourself, the value of your pricing goes up. And God brings you a new level of customers. The same people that usually shop at Target ain't the people that shop at Walmart. Will y'all agree with that? It's different clientele. Not that they're better, they just think differently. The people that shop at Nordstrom's are not better than the people that shop at Macy's. It's a higher quality of education. So the moment you raise your prices and you put your intention out there, the people are going to show up. So write this question down. Where do I need to raise my prices? Where do I need to charge more? Where do I need to raise my prices? Where do I need to charge more? And here's a mind hack. This is a millionaire mind hack behind that. Is some of us have been so conditioned to other people. Is that me? Some of us have been so conditioned to other people putting a value on us that we don't even see the value in ourselves. Some of us have been so conditioned to our employer saying, you know what, you're worth $40,000 a year, Matthew. You know what, Brian, you're worth $80,000. And we're stuck there because somebody, that's the value that somebody put, an external value, and we've come to believe that is truth. And that's thinking poor-minded. But when you have that millionaire mind, you're like, no. Me and Marty got into a heated conversation last year. And I'm being totally honest. Because I told her, hon, like, what are you scared of? She was comfortable. She was doing okay. I said, she got mad. I said, you know what? You're undervaluing yourself. Wow. I go, don't get mad at me. This was a true statement. I said, I'm just a messenger. God put that in my heart for you today. So reluctantly, she went out there, did her resume, did everything else, and guess what? She got like a $35,000 pay raise at another location. Almost doubled her income. Because she didn't allow somebody else to put the value on herself. And so many of us were preset at that value of what others put on us. So write this question down. Where have I allowed others to put the value of what I'm worth? Where have I allowed others to determine my value? Where have I allowed others to determine my value? Where? And you don't even realize it. But to you, you think 50,000 is a lot of money, 40,000 is a lot of money, 100,000 is a lot of money, and it's not. I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking that. It's not something that, right, you can live off of. But I truly believe in my heart we weren't put here just to barely get by. Think about it. Am I making sense? Am I speaking to somebody? You allow somebody else to put a value on you. Why would you do that? Why would you allow somebody else to put a value on you? Why would you allow somebody else to belittle what you're worth? Why would you allow yourself to somebody to do that? The truth is, you're invaluable. The truth is, you're priceless. Say it, I'm priceless. I'm priceless. I'm invaluable. I'm a diamond. I was born to shine. I will no longer dim my light because I'm valuable. That's who you are. That's who you are. So from this day forward, do not allow anyone ever to put a value on you, because the truth is you're invaluable. And when you walk in that authority of knowing who you are, that you're invaluable, you're going to walk into the room like you own it. You're going to walk into it like you own it. That's what I love about just seeing Adam, right? Adam walks in, like we were just having fun last night, having pizza. He was just like, right? He has that confidence, he has that energy because he knows his value. You know, you see Kirk, he's tall, but like it's great. He goes, you know what? I bring value. The moment you walk into the room knowing you bring value, people see that. Right? You can see it on people. It's that aura they have in there. Does that make sense? You walk in there like, man, I own this place. Like, right? Jacob, man, you're not the same Jacob. I'm like, they don't even recognize you, bro. It's amazing. It's like, who is this guy? Because he's been through some shit. We've all been through it, right? The thing is this, is that we're opening our hearts here we're opening our hearts, we're being vulnerable, and we're being who we are at the core. And when you take a look, right, everybody's been through some crap. But are you going to be the one that's going to keep you stuck in that crap, being poor-minded here, or are you going to be the Jacob Davis that leaves a superior county job that's a guaranteed salary and everything that he could want to be comfortable? Or are you going to leave it and be the Jacob Davis of today, getting a retirement from the county, plus having his own job, plus now just getting promoted, now embracing and seeing what his value is? Let's give Jacob a round of applause. Do you see that? Say it, it's possible for me. This is something I want you to, before we go into our last exercise, it's something I want you to start doing. And it works. Write this down. What I focus on, I attract. Say it, what I focus on, I attract. It's a true statement, right? You believe that? And we've been conditioned now, right? They're trying to take away money from the system, put everything to digital. That way you don't see it. And the trick in that is believe me, they've done research on this. They know that if you don't see the money, if you use your credit card or if you use something, you spend it easier. So I got in the habit. I never forget, right? My old boss, he goes, man, you want to be successful in the car business? I was like, yeah, what's going on? He goes, you need to carry a $500 nut. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, you need to carry cash with you all the time. And my dad used to have his wallet, and he would have like little 20s stashed away. So I got that habit from my dad, right? I would always keep 20s, and it was just like that, right? My dad never had hundreds. And something that my old manager told me, he goes, start carrying $500 with you all the time, Daniel. I said, man, he goes, trust me, it's going to do something psychologically. So for the last 20 years, I've been carrying $500 in my wallet, in my pocket every single day. Every day. But then, this is the hack. What you focus on, you attract. So I'm going to encourage you to start carrying $100 bills in your wallet, in your purse. And I want you to give away, without judgment, the ones to the homeless people. But something miracle happens when you put this on your kitchen counter, or you put it on your bathroom, and that's the first thing you do. Remember what I said yesterday, 20 minutes, right? Say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes is when you're what? Most programmable, right? So when you see these $100 bills, guess what you're attracting? So one of my fun affirmations is I'm attracting $100 bills every day. You follow me? Does that make sense? I'm attracting $100 bills every day. And because what you focus on, you attract. You become that. So get in the habit of carrying money with you that you may attract that to you. But here's the beautiful part. Is sometimes God's going to put it in your heart, because it's not just for us, right? It's not about the money, it's about what we do with the money. I was just in Tennessee, and like this guy was there, and I'm just like, okay, caught my attention. Happened to go upstairs, like this guy's here again, like, man, this guy's following me, right? I went to go have dinner when I was in Tennessee, and then went to another level, and man, this guy was there again in the bathroom. And I was like, I said, ¿te puedo preguntar algo? He goes, sí, señor. I said, ¿eres cristiano? I said, sí. I said, I think you need some help. He goes, pues no tengo nada de comer. He was a janitor. He was a guy who was subcontracted to Johnny King. I said, Dan. And I'm telling you this not to brag about it, but God told me give him a $100 bill. I gave this guy a $100 bill, which I've done on a consistent basis for the last 4 or 5 years. And it always seems, right, when I'm obedient to God, that when I give a $100 bill, we sell a book. A new client comes on board. And that's aside from what Alan was talking about, the tithe and the offering. This is just something above that. So let me ask you this. Write this question down. Where am I not being obedient to God when he asks me to give someone something? Where am I not being obedient to God when he asks me to bless somebody? But the moment you release that, man, that's where the magic happens. And it feels good. Millionaires understand that it's seed money, like Israel was saying yesterday. It's seed money. When you sow seeds into somebody else's business, it comes back to you.
That's right.
Does that make sense? Is this speaking to you? Yes or yes?
Yes.
So as we go into the last part, I want to encourage you right now to start thinking like a kid. I want you to start thinking like a child. And I want you to tap into your imagination. I want you to think about, today is November 19th, 2022. Where do you want to be? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself? I see myself in my 9-bedroom home with an infinity pool. I was so excited that I showed it to Charles, and I even showed it to, I showed it to Adam, and Adam said the same thing too. He goes, "No, don't put Millionaire, mine put Gomez." And I'm like, Charles said the same thing. I'm like, well, man, I guess God said I'm going to put Gomez, but I was talking about it. So I'm going to walk you on a journey in your mind right now. And I want you to be a kid. And I want you to allow your imagination to run wild. I want you to close your eyes. We're going to do a vision exercise. We're going to do a vision exercise. And what I want you to do is allow yourself to relax. Take a deep breath in. Hold it for 3 seconds. And release it. Take another deep breath in. Hold it. And release it. And I want you to get comfortable in your chairs. If you have to scoot down, get comfortable. And we're going to take a journey for your next 5 years of life. This next season of your life. I want you to imagine yourself in a peaceful place, whatever that is for you right now. Allow yourself to walk on the beach. Or maybe you're in your backyard, enjoying your new pool. Just enjoy that moment. You're enjoying the amazing fall weather. Allow your imagination to run wild. You're taking a trip to where you've never been before. For some of us, we're going to Hawaii. For others, we're taking our first trip to Europe and seeing the Eiffel Tower. Along the way, you're making amazing memories with your children, your spouse, your friends. What do you see right now? Where's that perfect vacation destination for you? Plant yourself there. You deserve this vacation. Who are you with? Who's with you on this trip? Who's with you in all those selfies that you're capturing? You're enjoying it. You give your spouse a big kiss as you take a picture by the Eiffel Tower. Maybe for you, the breeze of the wind is moving the palm trees and you're laying back, enjoying your first trip to the Caribbean. Allow yourself to enjoy your vacation. You're enjoying the rest. You're relaxing for the first time in so many months. As you land back in your home city from your vacation, you make your way to the parking garage at the airport. What's the dream car you're getting in? What's the car you've always wanted to drive home? Maybe for you it's an SUV for your family. For others, you're getting in a sports car. Remember, open your mind, be a kid. You're driving home and you smell the leather of your Mercedes. For others, it's that beautiful truck you've been wanting, a 4x4. What are you driving home? What color is it? As you turn into your street and you're going through your neighborhood, what type of neighborhood are you living in 5 years? Is it a 4-bedroom home with a pool? Is it a mansion with a gated entrance? What home are you putting into? Allow your imagination to run wild. Feel it. How does it feel? How does it feel to see the house of your dreams as you're turning into the driveway? It feels amazing. Wow, this is my home. What is that house you've always wanted? Allow yourself to feel it, dream it. As the garage door opens up, what cars do you have in your driveway? What cars are in your 3-car garage, 4-car garage, 6-car garage? What cars do you have? What do you see? A Rolls Royce? Maybe it's a minivan, a new minivan you've always wanted for your grandchildren. Is it a Ferrari? What do you see in your garage that you just like, thank you, God? You're just so full of gratitude. As you exit your car and you're walking into your home, what's the interior like? What do you see? Maybe you've always wanted an amazing theater room. What does that look like? Maybe you wanted a pool table. What is it? As you make your way to your master bedroom to drop off your luggage, what does your room look like? You're so grateful to be home from an amazing vacation you just had. Ladies, what does your dream closet look like? How many shoes do you have there? Allow yourself to go there right now. Feel it. Tell yourself, I am worthy and deserving of this house. I deserve this. And as you start unpacking, you're just grateful for the amazing home you live in. You still can't believe it's yours, but you're grateful to God because He gave it to you. What is it? As you walk out to the back of your home, what do you see? What's the view? Maybe some of you live on a river. Maybe for some of us, you live by the ocean. Others, maybe your home's on the lake. Or maybe for others, you look in the backyard, you see your beautiful horses. Allow yourself to be limitless right now. Take it in. Wow. And as you enjoy the Sunday before you head back to your business on what day, what does your business look like? How many employees do you have now? How many hardworking, dedicated employees do you have? How many clients are you serving? Allow your book of business to get huge. Allow your clientele to grow. As you log into your computer and you just happen to check some of your finances that you spent on vacation, what's your bank account say? Allow yourself to see Chase Bank on your bank statement on the computer as you log into the CompuBranch. How much money is in your savings account in your account? $1 million? Is it $2,300,000? How much? What's the number you see in the balance? What do you see? Be grateful for that amount, for those millions in your bank. You still can't believe your bank accounts are that big. You're grateful. And as you close your computer down and you see the Wells Fargo logo just fade away, what's the charity you're going to give to? Who do you want to bless? Who do you want to pour into? What ministry? And as you stand up there in your office and you make your way to the restroom and you look in the mirror, what do you look like? In 5 years, are you toned, muscular? You're loving yourself more now because you're in the best physical shape you've ever been in. Because you realize at the Millionaire Mind Bootcamp that my health is wealth also. How do you look? How do you feel? You did it. You're eating healthier. You're wealthier in every aspect. You're proud of yourself because you invested in your health, in your physique. Allow yourself to visualize who you're becoming. How are you dressing in 5 years? What is it? imagine yourself healthy and wealthy and full of life. It's amazing what can happen in 5 years when you believe it. It's amazing what can happen. Your business is prospered like never before. Your marriage is amazing. You have that dream partner you've always wanted because you deserve it now. You've reached a place of success in life where you have freedom now. You realize that, wow, my millions brought me freedom. What does that feel like for you? You're in love with that person in the mirror. You started seeing your value. It was worth the perseverance. It was worth the consistency. It was worth not giving up on your dreams. And as we make our way back to the room, you're waking up lighter, with more confidence. You're coming back to the room with more resilience, more strength, more positivity. You're coming back to the room with a millionaire mind. Now you see yourself differently. You have a new confidence in your voice. And that's it. That's the power of using your imagination. That's the power of using your imagination. That's the power of using your imagination. Who felt that? Raise your hand. Who have we not heard from? John. What did you see on your vision exercise? First of all, did it surprise you, what you saw when you allowed yourself to open up your mind?
Yes. Yes, it did. Very much. It was a very good exercise. Felt relaxed. I could actually feel myself there, where it was. Everything you were guiding through, I felt myself. I allowed myself to actually see that. So there was no negativity. There was no misdirection. It was just allowing your mind to open up and, like you said, like a child.
What vacation place were you at?
Actually, it was Lake, I think it's called Fountainhead. It's in Montana. I haven't been there since I was a child, but I remembered how beautiful it was in the water. And I was just thinking about it the other day, and I wanted to go back there this coming spring. So I was thinking about that lake. Very relaxing.
Who were you with?
I don't know. I couldn't see at that point. Okay. Somebody very nice, though.
What were you driving when you got back from the airport?
Lamborghini.
Lamborghini. What color was it?
Purple.
Purple.
It's got to stand out, you know.
Yeah.
Something nice, yeah. Something different, yeah.
Look at how the power is when you allow your mind to be of a child. Your mind already has all the answers. It knows more, right? The 95%, it knows what you want. Matthew, did you feel that? No. Where were you on vacation at?
I went to Hawaii.
Hawaii. How was it?
It was amazing. The beaches, just the whole experience. Never really taken a vacation like that for myself or, you know, me and my wife. So just to be out there on the beaches and enjoying life was amazing.
So when you were driving home and the garage opened up, what cars did you see in your driveway and in your garage?
Inside in the driveway, there was a F450 Platinum.
F450.
F450. And when we opened the garage, there was a Ferrari in there.
What color?
Red.
Red.
My favorite color.
And your house, how did you look when you looked in the mirror?
When I looked in the mirror or when I looked at my house?
Both. What did you see in your house?
My house, you know, big six bedroom house, you know, 6-car garage, you know, big garage. And I looked in the mirror, you know, I was, you know, nice, healthy, you know, better shape. Just a better version of me. And I looked like a millionaire.
Give him a round of applause. Leo, I'm curious to see what you saw in this exercise.
I saw many things that I've seen before, Daniel. I was living on a 9-bedroom house up on a hill with stairs leading up like into heaven, 2 lions on the side, a big old pool in the back with my spa and just a bunch of trees and green grass, and my horseshoe driveway that fits 2 cars each way with a huge water fountain in the front. And I share all this with my wife and my kids, with my blue McLaren sitting in the front, with my black jet, striped, designed the way I want it because I'm a car guy, and just flying wherever I want, when I want, having dinner with my wife in California because we can, and flying with my family and friends to Hawaii, Puerto Rico, because we can.
Wow. See the details in that? Am I one of the friends? Pete.
I saw in my vision me and my dream home on my 20-acre ranch with my horseshoe driveway, with my 6-car garage, 3 bedrooms for my son, 1 for my son, so he can stay with me all the time and do what we want in our 20-acre ranch. That's always been my dream, and I've already fulfilled most of my dreams, except that ranch. That's my last one I want to get. So I was just visioning that the whole time. With, of course, my Ferrari and Lamborghini. That's it.
Give him a round of applause. Ma'am, take us on your journey. Where were you on vacation at?
In Thailand and Vietnam.
Thailand and where?
In Vietnam. Eating pho with my family.
Awesome. What surprised you most about the vision that you saw?
Just being able to have the freedom to just enjoy time with our family, not focusing on work or money. Yeah.
What did your house look like?
A house on the water with a pool and a boat.
What did the boat look like?
It's a big boat.
Bigger than Alaska. Yeah. Sorry, walk me through it.
Yes. Where were you on vacation at?
Oh, yeah. By that point, I kind of like the idea of just traveling permanently. My family and I like to travel. We work a ton, so we don't get to. We got small kids, so 5 years from now, it'll be a lot easier. So whether or not we're on vacation there or we're temporarily living there, kind of what we're doing.
we're kind of on a path to, you know, accumulate, make as much as we can right now so that we can give it all away later.
So when you open up the garage and the driveway, what did you see for yourself?
I don't know. I'm not that materialized like that. So ideally, like, and not to sound whatever, but we're doing something to help other people put something in maybe their driveway that doesn't have anything in a driveway or get a driveway versus, you know, put more stuff in our own.
So maybe next time you do the exercise, right, it's just something to think about. Maybe the ministry is you're envisioning yourself give somebody a new car or truck. Right? You can envision that. I love your heart, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Let me give you a hug. See, the biggest, strongest ones are the ones with the biggest giving heart sometimes. Biggest teddy bears. Miss Ann, what did you see?
Well, I like to term myself as a simple soul. I'm not materialistic. My house would be the same one that I now have. It would be totally renovated. I would hire somebody to clean it because I hate cleaning house.
So you saw somebody cleaning it?
And somebody would be hired to clean my house. I'd redo my back garden, and I don't know how to swim, but I really would like a hot tub and maybe a pool on the side or so would be nice. My car, believe it or not, would be the same one I still have because I love my little Mercedes and I'm not into all that fancy technology, so I'll keep what I've got, thank you. But now my husband, he probably wants that Ferrari in the garage. And
did you see it in your vision?
Yeah.
What color was it?
Well, it was between blue, black, and orange.
Okay. Maybe he buy them all three.
Oh, well, maybe.
Your podcast blows up and...
Maybe. But then what would I do with all that money? You know, after I've got my little tweaks done to my place, I would be giving it away to deserving people or a cause or something. I would make, like you say, buy somebody else a car or honor the people that have helped me on my journey one way or another, because my ability would be endless. Yeah. And set my family up for success, whatever they wanted to do or chase their dreams. So, yeah.
Where'd you go on vacation at?
My backyard is my vacation every day. Coffee in the morning and beer at night or a glass of wine because I'm out there with Mother Nature and the sunset and the critters.
So you didn't go anywhere on vacation and do exercise?
Oh, well, I could go wherever I wanted to.
No, in mind when we did the exercise.
No, not really. No. Like I said, I'm simple.
Okay. No problem. So something I want to, let's give Anne a round of applause, right? One thing, right? There's a difference between being materialistic and liking what you like. I like Rolexes because when I see the crown, it reminds me that I'm a king of God. Amen. I'm a little king. I'm not materialistic. That's what I like. So don't get mistaken that because somebody likes nicer things, that it's because insecurities. But I'm telling you this because sometimes we think that a person's materialistic and they're not. I just like what I like to say. Or maybe you like what you like. And it's okay. We all have different, right? We all are wired differently. But I say that because sometimes we hear the word materialistic and it keeps us from it holds us back. Does that make sense? So don't keep yourself from playing bigger if you want to get that bigger house, if you want to get that, right? Why do I want a yacht, right? My dream is that I have a 90-foot silver yacht named Jesus is King with a pool and a jacuzzi in it. I see it. It's on my vision board. Why? Because I want to take young men out there and show them that with God, you can live the dream. And to give them because no one's given me that freaking experience. That's why. But if I can give someone like Alejandro and when he says, man, you know what, come stay at my house. And he can just see that I live out right? I can talk all I want up here, but when he's with me for 2 days and he sees that I live the shit that I talk about, not that I'm bragging about my house or bragging about this, but just the fact that he opens up the garage and he sees, for me, my sports car there, that it's like, man, there's another Hispanic male that's doing this the right way. You think that has more impact on him than the words I say, or what? Right? Does that make sense? So I say that because you have to give yourself permission to play so big. What if, right? What if you can do everything we talked about, everything that Adam talked about, that Ann talked about, and still have more left over? That's the God we serve. And I share this with you because, right, people see me and my wife, and whatever people may think, it's not for me to care. I don't care about it. I already got that. But they don't know how much money we give. We give more than what most people make in a year, and then some. But I share that with you because remember what I told you yesterday as we close out. Get rid of the or. I want to do this. Can I have this living, or do I need to give this amount? And God said, you know what? You can have the house, you can have the lifestyle you want, and you can buy those new cars for those other people, and have your ranch. Because we serve the God of and, not just or. Does that make sense? And not to, I love Anna, but that word materialistic, right? If you like what you like, you like what you like. I don't like salmon. You want salmon? No, I don't want salmon. Somebody loves salmon back there. I like catfish. It's a cheaper fish, but that's what I like. So I just share that with you because I want you, if your desire is to have something bigger, more extravagant, go for it. Alan, I'm curious to see the vision you saw for yourself in 5 years, and we'll end with Mr. Allen.
Well, the interesting thing is I don't think it's a vision. I think it's reality. I'll have $100 million in the bank. I'll have a white Rolls Royce, and I'll have the house that I couldn't buy 3 years ago because they wanted 1.3 million cash, and I didn't have it at the time. That's my vision. Oh, and I'll be doing Aruba. I already take 14 vacations a year, so it's hard to take too many more, but I'll be spending more time in Aruba.
Aruba?
Yeah.
Am I with you?
Yeah.
So, write this down. Write this down. Do the vision exercise once a week. So me and Marty, right, schedule it. Me and Marty do it pretty much every Sunday morning before we go to church. I can text it to you if you have Spotify. I can send you my link, the music. Whoever wants it, just text me and I'll send it to you. But schedule your vision exercise. If you write this down. What Millionaire schedule, they do. What Millionaire schedule on their calendar, they do. So we do the vision exercise on Sundays, sometimes on Saturdays, but usually it's on Sundays. And it makes a world of a difference. Schedule your vision exercises. Schedule them. Who is leaving here a different person? Raise your hand. Did you get value out of this? Do me a favor. Please tell your family member and friends about it. Our next one's going to be May 5th and 6th. May 5th and 6th, I want to write that down, here in San Antonio. The greatest compliment I can get is, of course, for you to come back and experience it, because you're going to definitely be a different person by that time. But tell a friend about it and invite them. Post your pictures, like my wife said, from this weekend with the people. And I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for making our first Millionaire Mind it's a huge success. I thank all of y'all for showing up, and there might be a Jasmine that's there next to you, and they want to buy something from you, and you don't have the product. Sell it anyways. You can create it. there's going to be a Jasmine in your life that's going to be like, hey, I want your book. Hey, I want to go to your event. Or, hey, I want you to do this work for me. And you're like, I can't do that work. Well, stretch yourself and do it. Whatever that may be for you. Because God gave me a Jasmine, and I said, well, I guess we're going to have a boot camp, guys. Let me say a blessing for y'all before we break and just... Heavenly Father, Lord, we praise you, Father God. We love you. We give you all the glory, Father God. And I pray as we leave this conference center today, that the visions that we saw, Lord, in our dreams and in being in Thailand and Vietnam and in our jets and in the backyard, enjoying just your creation, your garden, whatever the vision was, Lord, for every individual person, we ask you, Holy Spirit, make these dreams come true, that we may be blessed to be a blessing those to others. And Holy Spirit, unlock the belief system in all of us right now, in myself and Madi and those watching on the live stream, unlock their belief system, Lord God, to believe more. In Kirk, in Israel, Lord God, in Christy, because you love us all. So in the name of Jesus Christ, we just praise you. We love you, Father God. And I release an anointing of increase. I release a new level of success, a new level of authority. I release the millionaire mind over you to another level. That no longer will fear, insecurities, and being scared hold you back. No more. I pray right now in the name of Jesus, I break that spirit of small-mindedness right now in Jesus' name. I bind that spirit of small-mindedness. That you're delivered from your small mind, and I release the millionaire mind over you. In the name of Jesus Christ, I speak this truth. Amen. Do me a favor, guys. Can you get your phone out, go to Google, and Google Daniel Gomez Motivational Speaker. And if you could be so kind and leave us a 5-star review in reference to the boot camp. Because I know once we leave, we get busy. So if you could take a minute and leave us a 5-star review and just maybe share a big takeaway you got here from the boot camp. If you put Daniel Gomez Motivational Speaker, I should pop up. If someone needs help, let me know. Online, go to your phone. Those in other states watching us, thank you for joining us so much. Thank you for making our event a true success. We couldn't have done it without you. It all started with an idea, and maybe you have an idea God's speaking to you online. Follow it. Thank you for your 5-star review online. I appreciate it. And just, you can also throw in he was handsome. Yes. Press search. Okay, right. So it's that's me. Then you go to review. Click review. And then you put the 5 stars, and then you just got to sign into your.
Well, that's a good one. That's somewhere in my back home.
Get it? And from, honey, do you have any thing you want to say? But really, we just want to thank you, like with a sincere heart. My heart is full. Just seeing the stories and the breakthroughs, I know that God touched our hearts, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
I just wanted to take a few minutes just to thank you guys for entrusting in us and helping you become a millionaire. And then the ideas and the lifestyle that we have is way beyond measure. Daniel and I have been together for 25 years, and we were kids when we got together, and the growth that we've seen in each other is super amazing. Daniel's always been a really, really hard worker. No matter what he put his mind to, he really went full force. We sold piñatas, we sold plants. Now we're selling courses to help you get to where we are. Are we finished? No, because it's a journey. It's a journey that we decided to do together. So I want to thank you guys for entrusting in us and helping you be the best version of yourself. So again, tonight dinner is at 6:30, Rosario's on San Pedro. I'll put that information on the paper over there. But thank you guys for coming out. Check us out on Facebook, everywhere else, Mighty Strong Foundation. Check us out there. That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, write the name of the restaurant there. That way, and it's literally right here on San Pedro and 410. It's literally like 5 minutes away. Hold on. For those of you that are at the A-Loft, San Pedro's the street right here next to us. And then right across the highway, you go down like 2 blocks, and it's going to be on your left-hand side. And I believe the hotel, A-Loft has a shuttle that takes you there. So, and we have the reservations for 6:30, and we're excited. Thank you for your review, and we're done. You're dismissed, and I love y'all guys, man. Just thank y'all. Thank you. Like, well, we're gonna hang out, right? We're gonna hang out here for another 30 minutes and just kind of network and whatever you want to do, and we'll see you tonight. Take your. No. Let's do another one. Why not? Okay, but you know what? See, April spoke it into existence. This time we're gonna have a different format now, right?
Yeah, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna.